Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. How are you guys? What's up? I might sound a little bit nasal because I'm very sick. And I will be sneezing. Okay, let's... Wait, what? I'm so confused right now because I wanted to pause the game, right? But the game is not on my taskbar? Where is it? What is happening? I'm so confused. It's not on my taskbar. Where is the... How does that even happen? It's literally playing. That's so freaky. How does that happen? What? 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 It's too much for... No, I'm serious. I know it sounds like I'm not, but like... It ain't here, and it's not in Task Manager, but it's playing. I'm so freaked out. That's horrifying. Oh, and I'm dying. How does that happen? Where are you capturing the game from? What? Okay, what happens if I just launch the game again? It's not in my task manager. Where is that playing from? Okay, like, I launched the game, and it started capturing the... What? I'm so horrified. I'm actually so horrified. How does that happen? How did it just disappear from my taskbar? Wait, it's still... Wait, no. Wait. The game I have open is not the one that's being captured. What? Where's the other... Do I have it open twice? Where's the other one? What? Okay, after opening the second one, it let the first one popped up in my task manager. I was able to close it. I'm so freaked out, dude. How does that happen? It's like like I hear what I'm saying and it feels like I'm lying to you guys, but I'm not. I was genuinely so freaked out. Like, what? I've never had a situation where like something was running and it was not on my taskbar. Genuinely, how does that happen? Like what? And I could see, and I could hear the music as well, right? Like, so like, that's so freaky. I need a moment to recover mentally. Do you guys at least believe me? Because I feel like it just sounds like a horrible lie. But it's not. It is not. Hi. New intro? I think there's actually a few intro movies. And they rotate. I'm pretty sure there's multiples. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen multiples. I do believe it, thank you. Like, I'm not crazy. I mean, I am, but not in like a... Not in the hallucination kind, okay? I'm crazy in the talking about having sex with dragons on stream, not crazy as in I hallucinated the whole game opening. There's a difference, okay? There's a difference. Maybe your explorer being bored. Well, that's the thing. Is it also was not on my taskbar. It disappeared from my taskbar as well, right? Like explore like not explorer, but like the task manager being bored is fine, but the fact that it disappeared from the taskbar, that's a thing? It's an explorer problem? What? I see? I've never had something like that happen. I've had situations where like stuff in my task manager is incorrect, but or like it doesn't show something. But for something to be running and not show on a taskbar, that's a first. And for it to happen with a game like this, made it really fucking freaky. If imagine if that happened when I was like playing like Doki Doki Literature Club, I think I would piss my pants. I think I would believe that my computer is haunted. Hey. Well, but like, what do you mean by like, it's an explorer problem? Like, how do you fix it? I may be crazy, but I'm not that crazy. Exactly. No, okay. I don't know if I sound that much different, but I am still sick. My throat feels a bit better. As in, and by a bit better, I mean it doesn't feel like someone just took nails and started scratching it and just like ripping it apart. Because that's how it felt yesterday. Today it feels better, but instead I sneeze every 15 minutes. I woke up like 3 times during the night because I literally couldn't breathe and I had to wake up to sneeze. It's not great. You do sound a tiny bit sick, but not massively noticeable. Yeah, I probably like you can probably hear a little bit of that like more nasal voice, right? Because my nose is clogged. You restart the Windows Explorer task in Task Manager. Do you guys see that when I open my Task Manager, like my model dies for a moment? Windows, is it called Explorer EXE? What am I looking for? Or Windows Explorer? What am I looking for? Windows Explorer. Restart. I just did that because I trusted you, and I saw like, you know, like the default blue Windows screen. It like popped up for a moment and said like just a moment, and I thought I just like crashed my PC. Don't be confused that everything disappears for a second. Yeah, I wish you said that before I pressed the button. Like, I'm just saying, I feel like that would have been information that would have been helpful before I pressed the button. Internet escape. But this is way funnier. Why? Okay, sure. It's way funnier to bully me instead. Where is my save? Where are my saves? Chat, what happened to my save file? If we try to shut down the game from Steam, does it show us running on Steam? I have the GOG version, the DRM free version. What happened? Why? But why? I'm gonna restart and hope that fixes it. Cause I saved the game, right? I'm not crazy. I saved the game before closing it last time. Surely I saved it. Right? Open file location. There should be like a save. Everything is against me, actually. Click load. No data. Load. No data. What? Extra. CG library. Yeah, no, but look, it's total playtime 7 minutes. It's as if it reset all of my progress. It has like look at this. 8 minutes total playtime, 0% CG completion. It reset all of my progress. What? Record, this is the worst week for Tommy. It literally is. Like, what? What do you... Like, what? I can somehow understand, like, the lack of, like, a save file, because maybe I actually forgot to save. But it reset the whole thing. Speedrunning channel, that's the thing. I could speedrun it, but then, like, what if I once again, it just resets everything? Like... I'm looking it up online, and other people have had issues like that as well. It's... Just Google Chaos had no save file missing, and I saw lots of this game is buggy as fuck topics and yeah, what the fuck? Am I not allowed to play this? What? This is like like world is against me. On Monday we were not able to play Gunsel Manage, so we started playing this. Now I want to continue this and I can't? I'm trying to find like the where this is installed, so then I can maybe like permissions got borked, because I had an issue recently on a game I had installed on my Steam Deck where the save file was set to read only, so it wasn't able to like make save files. So I wonder if it's something like that. So weird. Oh, no save file. Yeah, it reset my whole game. It's really weird. Properties. No, they're not. I mean, I'm not sure which file is the save file, because they're not called save files. It's so weird. According to PC Gaming Wiki, the save file location. Well, I don't have a Steam version. I have the GOG version. But I guess I can still see if it's the same. If it's the same location. So it's what? Documents. My game. My games. Mages in Chaos had no. It literally has a save data file that has been modified. When? On Monday. But at 8 p.m. So that was before. So that was when we started the game. Okay, we're gonna try something, okay? We're gonna start. We're gonna just click through a few things. Another thing is that this game has automatic quick saves. This game has automatic quick saves. And the quick saves got deleted as well. Because I remember we were using the quick saves, and it also automatically does quick saves. Anyway, we're gonna try doing that. And then we're gonna close the game and see if it's saved. Well, the save files seem to have been... Like, I see that the date modified for the save data file has changed to the current time. So maybe it's just the quick saves that are borked. Where the quick saves don't get saved. And only normal saves do. Load. Yeah, I think that's the case. Okay. What is the button for skip? I'm gonna have to... Come on. This is gonna take us a while. Thankfully, this is one of those games that has a pretty fast skip. No game sound? Oh. Thank you. We are having so many issues. Just saw that quick saves only works if you make a normal save at least once, otherwise quick saves only last for that session. God forbid the game tells you that, right? Why would it be like that? That's so stupid. That's not how it works in other games. Okay, we stopped here. There, I'm very happy that at least, you know, like, I could very, very quickly skip to where we were. That's so silly, though, that it just doesn't work. Anyway. Lots of troubleshooting, but we are where we're supposed to be. Thank God. Because I was already thinking, like, oh, am I gonna have to set up another game to play? Japanese games were weird on PC for a long time. That's true. I'm glad that at least I didn't have to, like, because I used to play Japanese visual novels way back. And I remember the times where you had to literally change the locale of your PC to Japanese and put your computer in non-Unicode mode for games to run. I'm glad I didn't have to do that. Okay. Now that we're here, chat, are we doing a positive or a negative delusion or the reality? You get to pick. Oh, I used AppLocale for that to run individual applications in Japanese mode. I mean, you know, it's been ages ago, so I don't really remember, but knowing me, I probably, like, set it globally just so I wouldn't have to do it manually for every single thing. How do we get free votes, each of them for a different thing? You guys are not helpful. Okay, let's be delusional. I mean, they're always delusional, right? It's just positive versus negative delusion or reality. There, on the other side of the crosswalk, standing with the other pedestrians waiting to cross, was the girl. And her eyes, behind her glasses, were locked dead onto me. Her eyes were intense, as if she was trying to send some kind of message. Maybe it was just a reflection from a passing car, but a flash of light illuminated the lenses of her glasses. I heard it. Her lips twisted as if she was mocking me. There was so much distance between us. There were so many people around us. But still, I could hear her tiny laugh. And as she laughed, she suddenly lifted up her skirt. She did what? Okay, I was like prepared to move my model for censorship. Dozens of small shiny objects fell out from inside of it. They looked like crosses. I remember the crucifixion I had seen the other day. The look on her face was sheer insanity. Her eyes were bloodshot, her cheeks frozen, and a smile was on her lips. Then, for some reason, she started to walk across the street, even though the light was still red. Chad, I can fix her! Can you? I shriveled up in fear and tried to run, but my legs were rooted to the ground. I couldn't even speak. She was getting closer, crossing the street, the cross-shaped stakes in her head, and... Stay away! I screamed in my mind, and then... She was hit by a truck that was driving down the road and thrown down the street. People around me started to scream. There were too many people between us for me to see what had happened to her. But I was sure. She was dead. She was dead for sure. She was lying on the ground, broken, bones shattered, and covered in blood. I'm saved, I told myself, even though I knew it was a terrible thing to think. I came back to my senses. My body was soaked with an awful sweat. I'm not sure I can fix that. I don't have that much duct tape. The people around me weren't screaming anymore. They were simply waiting for the light to change. There was no sign of any truck. And the girl on the other side of the street was still there, staring. Was what I had just seen just a delusion? The light changed. The crowd began to move. I couldn't move. Girl A didn't move. She didn't smile or flip up her skirt. She just stared at me. It was as if time had stopped for the two of us. And no one else. Why wasn't she moving? Why was she just standing there? It didn't make sense. It was weird. I shouldn't get involved. I needed to run. I needed to run while I could. Run! I forced my timid brain into action, ran as fast as I could. I ran in the opposite direction from her and down a side street I saw. I collided with something and fell on the ground hard, hitting my shoulder. Have we collided with her and she teleported? I gasped in agony as pain raced through my whole body. I couldn't tell what had happened. It was all I could do to sit up. When I looked, I saw there was a large scooter in the middle of the street I had knocked over. I must have collided with it. I gritted my teeth and tried to force myself to stand up, but I couldn't feel any strength in my legs. I didn't think anything was broken, but...
大丈夫ですか?
Girl A was there. She must have caught up to me at some point. She was looking down on me, worried.
No.
What the hell was going on? Who was this woman? My body wouldn't move. I was too scared. I didn't know what to do. It was too late now, but I regretted not taking the train to Shinsen.
怪我してませんか？
Her voice was timid and hesitant. Was she trying to act worried to get me to let my guard down? You're not going to fool me! I won't let any free girls fool me! Only 2D girls can fool me!
なんなんだよ。
え？
ついてくるなよ。僕に何の用だ。
I yelled at her. I still couldn't stand up, so I crawled away from her. If I didn't put some distance between us, I was afraid she might pull a knife on me. Oh! The terrible sight came back to me again and again, and I kept feeling like it was going to happen to me too. She seemed hurt.
えっと、えっと、あの、あなたが急に走り出して、様子を見に来たら倒れてたので、心配で。でも、今は用事とかあるわけじゃないんですが、あの、その、えっと、
So she wasn't following us? You don't have anything to talk to me about? What does that mean?
じゃあ、なんで付きまとってくるんだ。
Hmm?
それは、えっと、
Also, did you guys notice how long her neck is? Cause it starts here. It starts here. And goes all the that is a long ass neck. She was stammering. It was really suspicious.
私、楠木ゆあって言います。
It doesn't answer the question of why the fuck you were following me. What kind of sound is that? I do kind of love how the MC is just sort of such a boy failure. The way that he is written very well in the sense of like, I don't know how to talk to women. Or humans, actually. Because I think the only normal interaction he had was with his sister. That was still like semi-normal, not truly normal. I hadn't asked, but she introduced herself anyway.
実は、あなたのこと、一目見て、なんとなく存在が気になって。
He's early 2K's full-on otaku failure. What would you expect? Well, I'm not saying I'm surprised. If anything, I'm saying that like it's pretty good writing with the way how awkward he like sounds. It's very realistic in that sense.
それで、つい。
So, you started stalking me? The girl Yua was staring at the ground as she talked.
ごめんなさい。
She bowed. Impossible. That was my honest reaction. Now that I got a clear look at her, this Yua girl was pretty cute. I'll admit that. A man runs away from a girl is super awkward and she still throws herself at him. God damn. He's playing hard to get, you know? But that doesn't mean I could believe it. A freed girl? Interested in me? What kind of age game scenario was that? That had never happened in my entire life. It sounded to me like an obvious lie. Did she think this would make me happy? Especially when she had been acting like a stalker a moment ago. Maybe if she was 2D it might work, but a freedy girl like that was just a weirdo. Scary. I felt really embarrassed just being here too. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Freedy girls were just the worst. Even talking to one made you nervous.
僕は三次元に興味はないよ。
It hurts. This dialogue hurt. I think it's supposed to hurt, and that's why I think it's written so beautifully.
いや、め、
I tried to say something harsh, but hesitated. But I knew if I didn't say it, she would keep stalking me. I didn't want that.
迷惑だよ。付きまとわないでよ。
すいません。
She looked sad. Did she really feel about it, maybe? Did she really feel bad about it, maybe? No, I couldn't let her fool me. I couldn't believe in any 3D person. I only believed in 2D. Nothing else. I could trust Seiratan a lot more than I could trust her.
もうついてこないでね。僕帰るから。
I forced myself to stand up as I stammered out the words. My whole body still hurt, especially my shoulder. I could barely move it, and every so often I'd feel a dull ache from it. The pain was making me a little dizzy. I might have hit my head a little when I had landed. I staggered for a moment, and Yua quickly grabbed my hand.
怪我してるんですね。手貸します。
Why are you so obsessed with me? It's weird. It was all I could do not to turn to look at her. I knew my face was bright red. If she saw it, she'd definitely make fun of me. I knocked her hand away violently so that I could turn away from her. My mind was going blank. I almost never had a chance to touch a girl who wasn't a family member. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. Ooh. Beautiful. Oh god. I'm dying. I need to sneeze. Bless that Tommy, thank you. I can now breathe for another like 30 minutes. My mind was going blank. I almost never had a chance to touch a girl who wasn't a family member. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. I wish I could like read this in like the like anime boy voice. Like my mind was going blank. I almost never had a chance to touch a girl who wasn't a family member. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. Oh my god. Anyway. Should I just speak like Deku from My Hero Academia? I actually never watched the My Hero Academia anime. I only read the manga. And I do love Togo. My only piece of Boku no... No, I have 2 pieces of Boku no Hero Academia merch, and that is an adorable Toga keychain, and I have Shoto Shikishi. And I have read a lot of Deku Shoto things. Oh my god, talking about normal gay things I see on Twitter. My For You page on Twitter has for the last week been full of this one twink from Zenless Zone Zero getting absolutely obliterated. I didn't even know he was from Zenless until I like looked it up. Because like eventually like, I found a tweet where there was like his name, because I haven't played Zenless in so long. I truly curated my my Twitter algorithm well enough that I just it's so much yaoi. It's so funny because I never like retweet this stuff, but I look at it enough or like bookmark it enough that like Twitter still picked up on it and shows me so much yaoi. Your Twitter timeline is really well curated. It truly is. No, okay, wait. I'm gonna like open up the For You page, right? I'm gonna count how many tweets till yaoi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I can't do 7. We're not getting a 7. We're also not getting a 9. No, because I bookmark so much stuff because it's like, because I'm like slowly collecting things that I will read later, right? Like, for example, I saw, we have a new yaoi baby, y'all. And then screenshots of the new yaoi baby. And I saved it so that I can read about the yaoi baby later. It's funny because it's like I went into my Twitter bookmarks and it's 90% of it is just either like yaoi I want to read later or like random life to the references. Because very often when I see like good rigging, I will bookmark it so I can reference it in my own rigs. So then it's like, you know, like there's like twinks getting obliterated, and then there's like just random good life to the rigging. Or like a life to the tutorial. um Is there a chance I've been too honest? Didn't even get to double digits. No, absolutely not. You want to do it again? Let's refresh. One, two, three. Is this yaoi or not? Oh no, that's straight. Okay, 4, 5, 5. Because there was 2 men, but apparently it was just from like from a straight webtoon, so it doesn't count. We got to 5. Twinks, 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 twinks. One helpful info about VTubing. Twinks, twinks. Well, no, I'll send you it, right? Like it was this, and it's like I see 2 men, and I was for a moment I was like, but then I realized it's actually just the same man with a different hair color. But like I know what my algorithm is. I wasn't sure at first. I understand the hesitation now. Thank you. It's good art style, by the way. I would. How dare they add straight to my yaoi algorithm, Tommy exclaimed with violence and rage. Oh my god. It's funny because despite all of that, I actually this might actually be showing that I am quite sick right now. I have not read yaoi in like a week and a half, I think. Are you worried about me now, Chad? Are you worried about my well-being? It's terminal. Well, GG boys, we had a good run. Death due to not enough yaoi. No, but I've been more into like otome gaming. I think the reason Tomi is sick is because she didn't read yaoi. Yeah, I'm actually my issue is due to Wait, what's the word? I forgot the fucking English word for it. Oh, yaoi deficiency. That's the cause of all of my health issues. The yaoi deficiency. Go read men kissing now. Doctor, bring in the finest yaoi. It's okay. I still have so much just art of twinks getting obliterated. And maybe that's all I need. Get the twinks and the oil. Oh my god. Now I understand this emo because I was going to question if it's clear now. Well, it's... To be fair, I stole that emote from a friend. But... You know, it's the sort of, like, loophole where... I mean, the emote is called loophole because it's an image, so that it doesn't get auto-modded. I have a lot of very interesting 7TV emotes. So many interesting 7TV emotes. Where's my favorite one? This is a very good one. Hates chatter. Back to Chaos Head.
お家まで送ります。あなたが怪我したのは私が付きまとっちゃったせいですから。
I also want to say that it was very nice of Chaos Head to not have any BGM while this whole thing was happening, so that it wasn't like ruining the vibes.
だから送らせてください。
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so fine and normal. I appreciated her offer. I wasn't used to having anybody be nice to me, and I felt like I might actually fall in love with this freedy girl I had hated just a moment ago. Ugh. But that didn't mean I had the courage to look straight at her. And anyway, she was a stalker. And she might have something to do with that demon girl, too. And I didn't want to die. So many different thoughts were racing through my head that I didn't know what I felt anymore.
お家どこですか?
Shinsen.
A singular nice comment and he folds. Bro has never felt the touch of a woman. Are you surprised?
Shinsen?
I nodded and then realized what I had done. Why the hell did I tell her that? What was I expecting to happen? This was just a delusion anyway. Or even if it wasn't, I would only be happy for a while before it all got ruined at the last second. That's how it always worked out in anime, right? I could feel the death flags popping up by the second. Crap. Now she was up against me, trying to help me walk. I could feel her soft... I could feel her soft body up against mine. Her hair smelled good. Impossible. No freedy girl would ever be this nice to me.
歩けますか?
I nodded again.
じゃあ、行きましょう。
She sounded nervous and she was watching my feet as we slowly walked. At this point, I didn't feel like I could refuse or shake her off. Helplessly, I let her tiny body support me as we went. Neither I nor Yua said a word until we got to the building where the base was at. There was no way I could have a real conversation with a girl. Even if I talked about anime or games or figures, a freedy girl would never try to understand that. She would just tell me I was creepy. And from my perspective, there was no point in talking to worthless girls like that.
ここでもういいから。
I whispered, and then watched us to see how she reacted. She nodded slightly and then let go of me. I still staggered a little.
やっぱりお部屋までついていきましょうか。
I ignored her and headed for the building's lobby. I say lobby, but it was really just a narrow hallway leading to some elevators. It was a small staircase, and when I tried to go up it, I felt an incredible pain that almost knocked me over.
大丈夫ですか？
She ran over and grabbed me. Damn it. Was she still here?
やっぱり部屋まで送ります。絶対送りますから。
Exactly, plus they have cooties. Oh my god. For some reason, she seemed really desperate. To be honest, she had been a big help in getting me this far. My base was on the roof, and to get there, you had to take the elevator to the 8th floor and then go up a steep staircase. I couldn't have done it on my own. Yua didn't look that strong, but she had done everything she could to help me get up. She had been supporting me for so long she was out of breath.
こんなところに住んでるんですね。
Bitch, you live like this? She looked at the shipping container in shock. I guess to most people, living in a shipping container was really weird.
なんか憧れます。
Eh? 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 Eh?
アウトローな感じがしていいですよね。こういうのって。
Hey. Sure, girl. Whatever you say. I certainly wasn't expecting her to say that. Was she trying to suck up to me? You can't fool me. I'm not letting free girls fool me. With her help, I unlocked the padlock and went inside. I was finally home. What another awful day. I resolved again to never leave my room if I could help it.
真っ暗ですね。
Why is she
電気の
inside?
スイッチはどこに？
She had come right inside my room without bothering to ask. Well, I guess it was because she had been helping me walk this whole time. But still, I didn't really want her seeing the inside of my room. There was a whole shelf of figures and age game boxes on the bed and garbage all over the floor.
もういいから話して。
I waited for her to remove her hand, but she didn't.
床すごく散らかって、じゃなくて歩きにくいと思うんですけど。
Serchat,
絶対危ない
please
です。
take your pegging king outside of my stream chat. Thank you.
ソファーまで行きましょう。そこで話しますから。
In the end, I did as she told me. There were CDs and magazines all over the sofa, but she cleared a spot for me to sit down. She was really kind and considerate. Wait, I wasn't going to let her fool me. Not a chance.
平気ですか？
It was just me and her inside the room. The door was still open and a little bit of moonlight was coming in through it, but the room was mostly pitch black. It was too dark to read the expression on her face, but the fact that I couldn't see her made the sound of Yua's breathing seem almost seductive somehow. It's so bad. The dialogue is so bad. I realized that this was the first time I had let a girl beside my sister into my room, and she was also someone I barely knew. If this was a game, it would mean she was totally into me. Maybe there'd be a situation where things would keep going and I'd end up kissing her. But that wasn't what I was expecting. Reality was always cruel. It wasn't like 2D. And this girl was a normal eater. She was a stalker. How long was she going to keep standing there anyway? Now that she had seen me home, shouldn't she be going? Then I realized, was she waiting to get me alone so she could do something horrible to me?
明かりのスイッチは。
パソコンの。
パソコン？
Oh my god, he doesn't even have any light? He just survives on monitor light? That's insane. The only light in this room was the desk light next to the computer. I tried to tell her that, but I couldn't. Oh yeah, I guess there's a lamp here.
そうか。デスクライトですね。
She carefully dodged around the garbage on the floor as she walked over to the computer desk and turned on the light. The room... Okay. A desk lamp? A desk lamp would not You know what? Yeah, sure. What are physics? What is logic? Sure. Sure. The room was finally freed from the darkness. When it was dark, the fact that I couldn't see made me imagine all kinds of different delusions, but being able to see her wasn't much better. I felt twice as embarrassed as before. I fell dead silent and quickly turned my face down. Her sudden gasp startled me. I looked and saw she was looking at a figure of Seiraton next to my computer monitor.
これって、プラチューのセイラちゃんですよね。
She knows our waifu! Chad! She knows our waifu! We're so back.
知ってるの？
はい。プラチューは大好きで毎週見てます。
Oh my god, she knows the waifu! We're in! We're in! And I need to sneeze again. Can you get dehydrated from, like, sneezing too much? This is a genuine question. Like, I don't know. Same way Valve is winning by doing absolutely nothing. I love that, like, well, 2 years old or something 4chan post that's literally just like, do nothing. Competition keeps shooting themselves in the foot. What is this strategy called? Yep. Yes, please drink a lot of quietly ejecting bodily fluid. I'm ejecting bodily fluids, and quite a lot even. Squirting with my nose. Sorry. Game.
セイラちゃんがお好きなんですね。私もヒロインの中では彼女が一番好きなんですよ。衣装も可愛いですし。
There was a note of happiness in her voice. She seemed like she was telling the truth. That was surprising. Was you a...
不女子。
Don't clog her like that! Don't clog her like that. Wait, I need to see what is the definition of fujoshi in this game. Girls who enjoy games, animes, doujins, etc. But animes, I hate animes. It's anime. But love between 2 or more men. 2 or more men. I love the clarification. So-called yaoi. Normal Female anime fans are not called fujo. Normal. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hitomi is a fujoshi. Yeah. Did you not know that term? By the way, let's save. She was just an anime fan, I guess.
あれ、フィギュアって言うんですよね。ちょっと見せてもらってもいいですか？あ、すみません。ずうずうしいこと言っちゃって。もう帰った方がいいですよね。
In Japanese, I didn't know. Oh, fair enough. I mean, fair enough. I thought fujoshi is a quite common term now. So fujoshi actually means like rotten girl. And yeah, it is usually, to be exact, nowadays fujoshi does not refer to like necessarily to all people who consume like man on man content, but usually like the more obsessive or like weirder people. I feel like it's the difference between like, do you read yaoi because you're obsessed with two men kissing each other? Or do you read yaoi because you don't care what the genders are of the pairing, right? Now, is Tomi a fujoshi? We'll leave that up to discussion. She started to bow apologetically.
見ていいよ。
I didn't mind it when somebody complimented my wife. I guess I could be a little nice to her.
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
Okay. I'm not like what's the word? I'm not like a fetishizing cringy fujoshi. So I'm not like an extreme one. But I guess I consume and seek out enough BL that it's hard to sort of defend myself from that descriptor completely, you know? She picked up Seira and began to examine her.
それは山陽堂版の覚醒前バージョンなんだ。セーラフィギュアはいくつか種類が出てるけど、最初に出たやつ。
You're pretty level-headed. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. I think the main thing is that I sort of like can differentiate reality from fantasy, which usually when you call someone fujoshi, they struggle with that, and they think that like everything like that is real, especially when it comes to like shipping real people. Yeah, but if Fujoshi friend can even joke about her boys, she'll take that shit personally. Like, damn, that's crazy. Ah. Hey. This reminds me, there was this like you saw this TikTok that was like, when I'm in a Fujoshi competition and my opponent is me from 2015. So real. Fujoshi means that insane. Well, so the main thing is that Fujoshi, like, if you were to call someone a Fujoshi, it is supposed to be like an insult. It is supposed to be a derogatory term. So it's not the same as just calling someone, oh, you're a BL fan or like a yaoi fan, right? Like, the word in Japanese in its own is supposed to be derogatory. So as much as like some people might just own it and be like, yeah, I'm a Fujoshi, right? Like, the original meaning of it is supposed to be negative and is supposed to mainly refer to like the more delusional type of yaoi consumer. Educational themes with Hitomi. I'm teaching you guys so much. So many things that you don't want to know. Hehe. Hehe.
あまりクオリティは高くないよ。顔とか微妙に崩れてるし、ポーズも平凡すぎてあんまりエロくないし。でも服の胸元部分をキャストオフできるのは今のところそれだけなんだ。
Oh, this is another thing. Are you guys gonna believe that I don't own any cast off figures? Is that believable? Educational themes with Hitomi Yaoi Consumer Hashino. Happy Jingle Plates. Oh my god. Who have I become? To be fair, I don't... Because usually, like, good cast-offs are pretty expensive, and I, like, was way more into buying merchandise and figures when I was, like, 17 or so. Like, when I was still in high school. So I didn't really have that much disposable income. So I actually only own one figure that is over $100, I believe. I won't ask what cast off means. Well, it kind of explains it here. Cast off just means a figure where you can remove a part, usually meaning that you can remove clothes to make the figure naked, but it's like you're not damaging a figure. It is supposed to be like you can take it off and put it back on. Oh god. Yeah. I have not bought figures in a while. Aside from, like, I got one cute prize Miku, but that was like $15. Aside from that, I haven't. Well, not a prize, it was a noodle stopper figure. Like $15 or $20. Other than that, I haven't really been buying figures for years now.
胸元
Oh, she's freaked out! She's freaked out!
ちなみに僕はセーラフィギュアは4種類全部揃えてるよ。そっちの棚に制服バージョンとメイドバージョン、あと水着バージョンがある。
そんなに種類がすごいですね。
一番評価が高いのはメイドバージョンなんだけど、個人的には水着バージョンも悪くないよ。
そうなんですか。見てみたいですね。でもちょっと暗くて。
もうすぐアルファから待望の覚醒後バージョンが出るんだけど、これはかなりクオリティ高そうなんだ。キャストオフも胸元だけじゃなくてほぼ全身可能だっていうし、表情もポーズも質感も言うことなしだ
Okay,
ね。
that's a weird thing to say. Ooh.
あとはカラーさえバッチリなら今年発売されたフィギュアの中でも MVP 候補だよ。
アルファ
Crazy line out of context.
メーカーだよ、フィギュアの。
Alpha?
ああ、なるほど。
Suddenly I gasped. I realized I had talked way too much. Yeah, a little bit. And about anime figures too. I also had the feeling I had said all kinds of really embarrassing things about taking off clothes or sexy poses too. I wanted to see what the expression on her face was, but I didn't have the courage. She was probably looking at me like I was a piece of human garbage. My heart was pounding fast as I tried to look away. When she said my name, I turned to face her before I had realized what I had done. The look of disgust and contempt I expected. It wasn't there.
さっき言っていた戦闘バージョンとかメイドバージョンも見せてもらっていいですか？
Chat, we're so in.
そっちの棚に
We're so in. I didn't know how to react. She was smiling and looking like she was having a great time.
わあ、すごいですね。こんなにたくさん。
As she stared at a shelf of figures, her eyes were smiling brightly. I couldn't believe that a 3D girl could look at these and not be freaked out. Was the world a bigger place than I had thought it was?
あ、メイドセイラちゃんってこれですね。ふむふむ。アニメの印象とはちょっと違うけど、すごく可愛いです。
ふむふむ。
下着までちゃんと作り込んであるんだ。こういうの実物で見たのは初めてですけど、いいですね。私も買ってみようかな。
だったら覚醒後バージョンを予約した方がいいよ。あれは絶対おすすめだから。
そうですね。あなたの話を聞いていたら、その覚醒後バージョンは本気で欲しくなりました。覚醒後って12話のあのシーンのことですよね。
よく知ってますな、お主。かなりのマニアですな。
はい、好きですから。特にあの時の覚醒シーンは毎日録画したものを
Oh
見返
god,
してま
this
す。
is so old that they had to record on the TV to watch it. I honestly forgot that was a thing.
あのシーンって演出と作画宮地なんだ。だからクオリティ高くて当然。
宮地？
そういう神クリエイターがいるんだ。あの人の演出はマジで神だよ。アットちゃんの実況版でも神来たってなるし。
Jared would remember that. I mean, Jared probably remembers the time before TVs were invented, so...
そうなんですか。すごく知識が豊富なんですね。私、スタッフが誰かなんてまるで気にしてませんでした。
監督と演出と脚本はチェックしとくといいよ。特に新作なんかはそれを調べるだけで内容の良し悪しが大体予測できるし。
わかりました。今度からそうしてみますね。
She was still smiling at me with her pretty smile.
ああ。
A girl smiling at me. I thought it only happened in... A girl smiling at me. I thought it only happened in age games. But now it was happening to me. But whenever 3D girls, especially my little sister, were smiling at me, it's because they were making fun of me. She was up to something. I knew it. I couldn't forget Saratan's words. Don't believe anybody. Don't listen to anything anyone says.
え？
こんなこと聞いていいかどうかわからないんですけど。
何？
She started to fidget a little. She was looking down at the ground and avoiding looking me in the eye.
聞かせてもらってもいいでしょうか。あなたのお名前。
She wants to borrow $100. Hey, so this is kind of awkward, but like, what's your credit card information, if I may ask?
名前？
I realized that she had introduced herself, but I hadn't.
西条匠。
Suddenly, I felt embarrassed. The words came out quiet and soft.
西条匠くんですね。何年生？
2年。
私は3年。私の方が年上さんですね。
Is the next line gonna be like, do you like older women? Oh. Chat, positive delusion, reality, or negative delusion? Hmm? I'm gonna let you guys pick while I sneeze again. Ooh. I am now allowed to breathe for another 30 minutes. Reality then. Oh no, that Moa pose was enough to almost make me... Oh no, that Moa pose was enough to almost make me pass out. Oh no, that Moa pose was enough to make me pass out. Sorry. Was you as Moa type, quiet older girl? She was trying to seduce me. She was dangerous. She was definitely up to something.
それで西条くんにお願いがあるんです。
A request? Don't tell me. She still wants the $100. Was she going to ask me to give her a Seiratan figure? Well, she couldn't have it. Nobody could come between me and my wife. I wasn't going to part with Seiratan, no matter who asked, no matter how much money they offered. If she wanted her dad bad, she could go by her own. As I stood there mentally cursing her for daring to try and take my Seiratan, Yua suddenly fell backwards and landed on her butt. She was rubbing her behind, looking a little teary-eyed. What just happened?
すみません。CD を踏んづけちゃったみたいです。ケース割れたかも。
Was it a Seiratan CD?
本当にごめんなさい。私、きちんと片付けますから。
いいよ。
I just wanted her to go home. What was that request she had asked about a moment ago, anyway? Yua started to pick up the trash and CDs around her feet, even though I had just told her not to. She looked so apologetic that I started to feel like I was the bad guy here.
じゃあ、足の踏み場だけでも、確保させてください。すいません。その後で、お願い言いますから。
She seemed like a mom as she moved around, cleaning things up. Someone who didn't care about what other people thought and just ran around doing whatever they wanted. Nosy and annoying. In a situation like this, was I supposed to be helping her? And then, as we both reached for the same piece of garbage, our hands would... And then, as we both reached for the same piece of garbage, our hands would touch, and we would gasp and gaze into each other's eyes. Wait, this wasn't a romantic comedy. No way was I going to help. In the middle of carefully piling up a bunch of magazines, her hands suddenly froze. She was turned away from me and I couldn't see what she was holding. Did she find porn?
いえ、気にしないでください。
She seemed really shaken. This was suspicious. I realized that she was in a position to see everything in my room. She might want to steal something. She might even think that there were so many figures I wouldn't even notice if she took one. But I would! I knew all of my wives really well. If one disappeared, I would notice immediately.
フィギュアには触らないでね。
はい。いえ、違うんです。その、ブラチューの同人誌っていうんですか？
She did find
それ
porn.
が落ちてまして、
She did find
ちょっと
porn.
中身を見てみたら。
A blood-tuned dojinshi. Oh, that was a naughty one.
すごかったのでびっくりしました。
Wait, she's not freaked out? She just got horny? Is that what's happening?
勝手に見ないでよ。
すいません。
She quickly got back to work, and then when she had secured enough room to sit, she turned towards me.
それで、さっき言ったお願いですけど。
Sorry, I'm dying. I'm coughing all over the place. Here it was! $100, please. I gulped as my body tensed up.
さっき言ったフィギュアの予約一緒に行ってもらえませんか？
Is that dating? Oh god. I'm trying to mute so you guys don't hear my coughing, but I am dying. Don't die on stream. Tell me sorry. My bad. I'll turn off stream before I die. Hey. Fucking hell. Sorry. I try to mute when I manage, but sometimes it grabs me too fast and I don't manage to press the button.
私、そういうアニメショップみたいなところって今まで行ったことなくて。で、私、なんだかすごくぶしつけなお願いしてますよね。すいません。私のせいで西条くんは怪我をしたのに。
This was dangerous. I needed to be really careful about how I responded. Sure, she and I had the same hobbies. She said she liked Sarah too. And she listened to the things I said like she actually cared. For an otaku like me, she was an easy person to talk to. But this was a trap. It had to be. This kind of stuff only happened in age games, not in the real world. I couldn't let the 3D world fool me. Think. What was Yua after?
すいません。今のお願いは忘れてください。私、西条くんがいろいろ話してくれるのが、嬉しくて。
She bowed to me. Most 3D girls were really bossy and arrogant. She was a rare exception. No 3D girl could possibly be this cute and kind. It was all an act. I was going to say no. I was going to come out and say it clearly, like a man. She looked up at me and I could see that her eyes were damp. Oh, she's crying! MC is such an asshole. Was she crying? Because he didn't say anything? Had I made her cry? Please, anything but that. I had only ever experienced anything like this in video games. My heart was pounding really fast, I even felt guilty. I had always heard people say that girls use tears as a weapon, but only now did I realize that it was true. To be honest, I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. Oh, I'm dying. I just stood there, half stammering. I tried to say I would go with her, but I couldn't. What if I said yes, and then the next thing she said was, "Don't take me seriously, idiot. You're creepy." I was so scared of the idea that I was struck silent.
無理してくれなくていいです。私のわがままに石城くんを付き合わせるのは良くないですし。
Oh my god. Her eyes were even wetter now. It felt like tears could start pouring from her eyes any second. My voice sounds so bad. Oh my god. I'm like listening to myself speak and I'm just like, what is happening? Where is my voice? Goodbye, voice. It was nice to know you.
行くよ。
言ってもらえるんですか？
I nodded, helplessly. It was the only way I could think of to get her to stop crying. The whole thing felt like a setup, but... Did a cough drop or something? Technically I could, but then you would hear me suck on a cough drop for another hour. She let out a sigh of relief and then took off her glasses to wipe away her tears.
断られて当然だと思ってたのに。石城くん、ありがとうございます。
She said thanks. At least you won't murder your throat. Okay, I'll take the cough drop. 1 second. I have to dig it out of my backpack because I took them to work last night. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Time to deploy Grandma's special weapon. I would love to drink more tea, but as usual, like, making tea on stream is problematic because I would have to leave for like 20 minutes. I got a cough drop. Chat, are you happy? I had managed to keep her from crying, at least. I got lucky, I guess. Wait, can you hear, like, the cough drop against my teeth? That's kind of bad. 20-minute tea? Well, if you have to count that, like, how long it takes for it to boil, right? Barely, unless you exaggerate it. I wasn't exaggerating it. You have to count the time it takes to boil the water, and then after that, like, you have to wait a few minutes for the tea to actually brew. So, like, I would have to leave for, like, 15-20 minutes, probably. To make a singular mug of tea. I got lucky, I guess. Why does this have to be so stressful? You couldn't let your guard down around free girls for a minute, damn it.
行くとしたらいつがいいでしょう。
What happened to that sad expression of hers? Now she looked really happy. Maybe she was making it up the whole time. If so, she had a future as an actress.
セイラちゃんの新しいフィギュアはもうすぐ発売なんですよね。
うん。きっとすぐに完売しちゃうだろうね。
だったら早めに行った方が良さそうですね。明日とか。
According to my schedule, tomorrow was a school day. This week I had to go 3 times. Of course, that meant next week I only went twice. Tomorrow was going to be an even worse day than I thought. But Yua looked really excited, and if I told her I changed my mind now, she might cry again. Ugh. She had me in her clutches.
わかったよ。
I reluctantly agreed. Yua looked happy. She couldn't fool me, okay?
西条くんは何組？明日放課後に迎えに行きますよ。
B 組。
2年 B 組ですね。じゃあ授業が終わったら待っててください。
I nodded, hoping I could get her to leave. I was going somewhere with a girl. This wasn't a dream or a delusion, was it? I tried pinching myself. It hurt.
それじゃあ長い間お邪魔しちゃってすいませんでした。足もし痛かったらお医者さんに行ってくださいね。
うん。
I sat on the sofa and watched her go. Just before she left, she turned and waved at me.
西条くん、また明日。
また明日だってさ。しかも手を振ったりして。
I felt a grin coming on, but forced myself to stop.
あの女絶対僕に惚れてる。間違いないね。
Now we're being delusional. Now we're being delusional.
まあ、付き合うか付き合わないかは僕に選択肢があるわけだし、あの女を情け容赦なく振ってやるさ。
Bro, you just pulled. What are you doing? What is happening? Genuinely.
お前は僕の女にふさわしくない。セイラよりいい女になって出直してこい。まあ、一生無理だけどな。何しろセイラは永遠の17歳だからな。みたいな。
Bro is actually going insane. What in the fuck? No girl could be better than Seira-tan. I picked up the figure and rubbed it against my cheeks. Seira-tan looked happy. Why? Why is bro so weird? Why is bro so weird? Weird.
おっと、時間か。今のところテストに出るからな。ちゃんとノート書いておけよ。今日はここまで。起立。礼。
The math teacher. What was her name again? Well, it didn't matter. Left the room and the school day came to an end. The other students were all talking about where to go after school or heading off to their clubs or teams. Most of them immediately got ready to go home. Normally, as soon as the last chime rang, I would put my things together and go home. But today, I stayed in my seat, trying my best not to look at any of the other students. Today, I was meeting Yua. What crunch? What happened? Oh, are we breaking again? Oh, hello. I hope we're good now. I hope we're good now. What I would do just for my audio to not randomly break. Are we good now? Normally, a date with a girl would be a WKTK situation. I actually don't know what that means. No, we don't want to close the game. Right click. Tip list. Japanese next line for hopefully excited. So, waku, and then what tak? Because waku is excited. And then wakuteka. Waku teka teka. Okay. I knew waku. I didn't know the second part. Wakuteka. Apparently. Oh, teka, yeah. Like, I think Teka Teka is like shaking? Okay. We learned something. But for me, for today, it was just depressing. My nerves were all jittery. My stomach hurt. I had never agreed to go anywhere with a girl, and I didn't know what to do. Maybe it is gleaming. I don't know. I know that like wakuteka like means like jittering from excitement. Would she even come? Maybe the whole thing yesterday was a prank and she was watching me from the shadows and laughing, I thought. In a way, that might be better than if she actually did come. Wait, did I even need to wait for her at all? Couldn't I just ditch her and go home? Yeah, that was the way. She was a different grade than me anyway. If I ditched her here, we would never meet again. I made my decision and stood up. Someone slapped me on the back, hard. I didn't need to turn around to see who it was. The only person in the class weird enough to talk to me was Misumi.
お前帰らないのか？いつもならチャイムが鳴ると同時に消えるのによ。俺密かに匠の音速直帰って名付けてたんだぜ。
I think it's kind of wholesome that, like, Misumi is paying this much attention to the weird dude and, like, talks to him.
もう帰るよ。
誰か待ってるとか。
え？
How did you know?
なんだよ、図星かよ。
どうして？
なんだかやけにそわそわしてたからな。
Oh. He was perceptive. But I needed to be careful with what I said. Don't forget, Takumi, your goal is to stand out at school as little as possible. You have to be like the air itself.
別に誰も待ってないよ。
そうか？だったら今の間はなんだよ。
それは。
Crap, Misumi wasn't a bad guy, but he could be really annoying at times like this. Read the room, jerk.
西条くん
My whole body froze. I turned toward the voice, feeling sheer terror. Yua was standing timidly at the door. Oh no, thanks to Misumi, I had lost my chance to run away.
おい、なんだりゃ？どういうことだ？
It might have been the first time I had seen Misumi freak out like this. He had wrapped an arm around my shoulder, pulled me in close, and looked me dead in the eye.
おい、タク、どういうことか説明しろよ。
He's like, damn bro, how'd you pull? He was probably trying to pull, and he failed, and now he's mad about it.
お前の彼女か？
違うよ。
I had told him 1,000 times that I didn't have any interest in 3D girls.
だったら何なんだよ。言っとくが、タクの姉ちゃんとかそういうオチは期待してねえからな。引きこもりのくせに何をどうやったらあんないい女と知り合えるんだ。
Is she really that hot? Is she really that hot though?
昨日急に付きまとわれて。
そりゃつまりあれか？逆難されたってことか？え？この。
He's actually losing it. It's so great. He grabbed me by the jaw and shook me for a second before finally letting me go.
そうか。世の中には物好きってのもいるんだな。けど、タクがまともな性癖を持ってたみたいで、少し安心したぜ。
Thank you. Thank you.
性癖って。それに彼女とは別に何も。
そうかそうか。頑張れよ、タク。
Misumi wasn't listening to me. He was all excited now and slapping my back harder than before. Ugh, he was definitely teasing me.
安心しろって。お前の女を寝取ったりしねえから。
だからそういう関係じゃ。
ほらさっさと行けよ。彼女お待ちかねみたいだぜ。
Pushed me in her direction. I began to slowly walk forward. I guess I didn't get to run away after all.
迎えに来たの迷惑でした？
いや、
It sure as hell was. I looked back at Misumi and he was grinning and giving me the finger. I couldn't tell if it was cheering me on or trying to start a fight. There was no point in trying to deal with him anymore, so I decided to just leave the school.
すいません。昨日会ったばかりなのに、こんなお願いをしてしまって。
いや、
I was really nervous. Me? Leaving school with a girl? Like her Yaju? Like a popular kid. I thought this was a world I had never had anything to do with. Ryaju is basically like a normie. I wonder how they describe it in the game though. Why can't I? Here we go. Tips. Otaku slang for someone whose real life, Ria, is fulfilling, jujitsu. I'm fun. Ryaju will have a girlfriend, lots of friends, and perhaps be on a sports team. Dying. Just another day of dying. Thank you, Searcha. Thank you for the blesses. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze again. It is time for me to sneeze again. I'm using an unreal amount of toilet paper to sneeze into. Yum. Quick, get her an IV drip with 300 grams of yaoi! Honestly, yeah, that is what I need. Doctor! It's serious. She needs a yaoi IV right now! I never thought it would happen to me. But right now, there seemed to be an intense aura radiating from her. We were just walking side by side. Why did I feel so nervous? I still didn't know who she was or what she wanted. What would she want with a creepy otaku like me?
おとといの
I love how she screamed!
いや、
I wish I had the art skills to draw that. Come on, doing like a horrible stick figure drawing in paint will add to the comedy of it. She started talking out of nowhere, so I got surprised and said something weird sounding. She seemed to be nervous too. Her expression was tense. She was older than me, but actually quite innocent. It was pretty more. Not that I could do much more than glance at her every so often. I was too embarrassed to look her in the eye.
おとといのブラチュ見ましたよね？
うん。
私、一箇所だけいまいちよくわからないところがあったんですけど、すすぶくんがセイラちゃんのピンチに駆けつけてきて助けてくれますよね。でも、どうしてすすむくんはセイラちゃんが危ないって分かったのかなって。
あれは、 先週の回に伏線があったんだ。セイラの携帯が鳴ってるシーンが一瞬だけ挿入されてて、着信表示で進むの名前が出てる。
あそういえばそんなシーンありましたね。
山田がそういう細かい伏線をあちこちに貼るのが好きなんだ。キンゴルでも似たようなことをやってた。
山田くキンゴ
山田っていうのはブラチューの監督の愛称だよ。で、山田がブラチューの前に監督やってたアニメがキンゴル。
ル？へえ、じゃあ山田さんって有名な監督さんなんですね。
まあ僕は好きな方かな。なんでかっていうと、
Oh? I started lecturing her on anime, and the next thing I knew, we were at anime. Still love how this is how they went for anime. We got in here much faster than I expected. I got really excited and talked too much again. I am slowly dying. Yua was great. Yua was a great listener. Whenever I showed her some random piece of knowledge, she would act really interested. I knew this whole thing was a trap, but I kept talking anyway. I'm so bad at speaking, this had never happened before. It felt like chatting online. It was kind of weird.
なんだかドキドキしてきました。先に帰ったりしないでくださいね。
うん。
She went up to the clerk with an expression of intense nervousness on her face and ordered the Sarah post-awakening version figure. All I did was stand back and watch. I kept looking for a chance to run away, but she kept shooting nervous glances at me and I couldn't move. Afterward, at her request, I showed her around the store. She was happy to find all kinds of things she might want to buy, but I didn't have the energy left to smile back at her. Yua came to school by train, so I was forced to go with her to Shinsen Station. She might look like an airhead, but she wasn't. Whenever she wanted something, she knew just how to make me give it to her. Black. She was a black character. 2000s era net slang for a person with a black-hearted personality, specifically someone who's friendly and kind on the surface, but in their heart harbors malice towards others. Certain people, mostly otaku, find this gap between surface personality and inner thoughts to be very moa. Do they? She suddenly asked me that just as we got to the station. A phone, huh? I shook my head, slightly sad.
持ってないんですか。それじゃ連絡が取れないですね。
連絡
Contact me for what? Are you going to keep bugging me instead of leaving me alone?
でも西条くんパソコン持ってましたよね。私も持ってるからメールアドレスを交換しませんか。
どうして。
Bro literally has, like, a... How are you fumbling this bad? Like, that's all I have to say. How are you fumbling this bad? I don't know, man. How are you fumbling this bad? How? Years of practice. Practice in fumbling? That's crazy.
フィギュアの発売日に取りに行かなくちゃいけませんよね。その時にまた一緒に。まだ一人でアニメ8に行く勇気はないから。
Clever.
それに
She was a clever one.
私西条くんと
I knew it, but I couldn't say no. If I did, I'd be the bad guy here.
もっと
Frida girls were truly terrifying.
仲良くなりたいから
Was it just that I wasn't used to talking to people? Or was she just a master persuader? It felt like she wasn't going to go home until I gave her my email address. And yet, she seemed nervous as she looked up at me from behind her glasses. For some reason, I felt my will to resist draining away. My skin felt clammy, and a cold chill was running down my spine, but I couldn't run away or say no. There was something strange about Yua. Something that wasn't normal. I couldn't explain what exactly wasn't normal about her, but she definitely wasn't normal. The next thing I knew, I had written my email address on a scrap of notebook paper and handed it to her. She looked happy as she took it and bowed and disappeared into the station. I stood there for a solid 10 minutes with a blank look on my face, like my soul had drained out of my body. What would you think about a girl like that? I don't know what to do. I mean, it feels like she's up to something. She has to be. Hey, are you listening? What's the name of this age game? That night, I asked Grim about Yua. It felt like I wasn't getting anywhere on my own. But that was the answer I got. To be fair, this was the same reaction I had the first time I talked to her. I was an idiot to ask you in the first place. Wait, lol, you're serious? Man, you're such a lucky bastard. I didn't think you had it in you. I thought you said you were even into 3D girls. It's not like that. Grim was reacting just like Misumi. Maybe the two of them were actually the same person. Well, guys like you, Nightheart, have never dated a girl in your life. Often quit being otaku the minute you get a girlfriend. Your girlfriend's not gonna like those 10-minute monologues about school swimsuits. I mean, really. What's wrong with monologues? It's a horrifying sound effect. What's wrong with monologues about school swimsuits? This guy's a goner. Somebody needs to do something about him. Huh? I just heard Saratan's voice. I had set that voice to play whenever I got an email. I looked over at my inbox, and the sender's name was Yua Kusunoki.
うわ、早速来た。
I got an email. Just now. Hooray! Oh my god, it's like turning around. That's so funny. An email from a 3D girl. I had never gotten one before. I gulped and opened it. You could sense her elegance and femininity coming off the page, but the emojis also made her feel friendly and approachable. How do you... No. How do you like hide the... Oh. Backspace. Oh my god. Hello, this is Yua Kusunoki. Sorry for sending you an email out of the blue like this. It would make me very happy if you saved my email address in your contact list. Sorry for bringing you along with me today. But it made me very happy. Maybe because I had never been to a store like that before. Or I think it was because I was with you, maybe? Lol. What time are you coming to school tomorrow? Oh, the reason I'm asking is, I want to say hello in the morning. Kinda. I hope we run into each other tomorrow, even if it's just by chance. Bye, I'll send you another email later. Good night. Aww, she likes him. Aww. But it was because I was with you, Nichijou, and I want to say hello in the morning. It felt like she might be plotting something. Show me what it said. It's totally normal. Basically just a hello. Hello. Oh, he actually just copy-pasted the whole thing? Grim was being obnoxious, so I decided to type in the whole message for him. Of course, he didn't type in our personal information. What is this? It feels like she's head over heels for you. Die in a fire, Nightheart. Help me out here, man! It's some kind of trap! Right. It's a whole big conspiracy. You're overthinking things, aren't you? Sure looks like she's into you. You're almost in the good ending. And I use to sneeze again. I ran out of toilet paper. That was my last toilet paper bit. I think I'm gonna have to do a short break so I can go grab another toilet paper roll. So that I'm allowed to breathe. If chat allows me to breathe. Oh my god. Be right back. Hi. I wish I could just take naps in the middle of a stream sometimes. You guys miss me? Do it. My favorite Twitch category. I'm only sleeping. I mean, this is impossible. I'm a creepy otaku. Why would a cute girl from the real world want to date me? Lol, dude, you're just bragging now. He kinda is. He kinda is. Help me out here! Calm down, you're just overthinking things. She and you have a lot in common, right? There aren't many nice girls like that left. I knew that, but she was too nice. It was creepy. But that just, I mean, the stalker stuff at the start was a little much, but that just goes to show how much she likes you, right? She's an anime fan, right? She's like the ideal girlfriend for an otaku anyway. Get her to go along with all your weird-ass fantasies. That actually sounded pretty appealing. Herbert. No. That was just what she wanted me to think. She came on to you. Be grateful.
そうだけど。
This is your chance to stop. I'm not into fruity girls. You're right. You want to date her really badly, right? This is your chance to stop being an otaku. You'll never get another chance like it. I'm sure of it. Stop being a wimp and go for it. Be like Nightheart, but in the real world. Go for it. If only I could, life would be so much easier. Talking to her today and the day before taught me that. It could be fun and make me happy, but it was also exhausting and a pain in the butt. If it was that hard, I'd be better off living a peaceful, relaxing life with 2D girls. So I decided not to answer Yua's email. What a transition. What a transition. Okay. The fire was burning. Long tongues of flame danced within the incinerator. Inside it, a sailor uniform and several textbooks were being burned to ash. A house in the foothills overlooking the Seto Inland Sea. In the distance, you could hear the whistles of the ships. A salt breeze gently shook the trees around the house. Despite her idyllic surroundings, the small girl in front of the incinerator, Kozuha Orihara, was in a miserable state. Her eyes reflected the red light of the fire as she watched the sailor uniform and textbooks burn to ash in the incinerator. Until yesterday, that had been her uniform, and those had been her textbooks. She was the one who had put them there in the incinerator, but she must have still felt some attachment to them because she kept staring at them. Suddenly, she winced in pain and put her hands tightly over her ears. She opened her mouth, but that was all she could do. She couldn't moan or cry. All she could do was gasp for breath. She kept shaking her head as if begging for something to stop. Then she collapsed, falling onto the ground. She looked up, exhausted, at the sky. She stayed there, unmoving, for several minutes. And then, suddenly, she turned around. She was staring at the house veranda. The house was made of wood and over 50 years old. Even though it was still daytime, much of the veranda was shrouded in deep shadow, leaving it in darkness. She slowly staggered up and walked toward it. Just then, her mother appeared as if she had been waiting.
あら、梢ちゃん。探してたのよ。もう荷物の整理はできたの？
Kozuha nodded and sat on the veranda.
あさってにはもう、この家ともお別れなのね。
Her mother stood behind her and looked at the peaceful Seto Sea.
東京なんて行くの、梢ちゃんは初めてよね。いいお友達ができるといいわね。
Kozuha didn't reply to her mother's kind words. She didn't shake her head or nod. She just stared sadly at the incinerator in the corner of the yard and the flames that still rose from it. It was a week after, on a school day. As usual, I headed to school in a gloomy mood, staring down at my feet as I went. Fall was clearly at hand. The trees in Shoto Park were changing colors, and I was starting to feel cold in my short-sleeved shirt. Since I spent almost all my time in my room, it always felt strange when the seasons changed like this. It still felt like summer to me. I had spent the whole weekend playing ESO. Graham kept asking me about Yua, but I just ignored him. Yua hadn't sent me any more messages. Maybe she had given up when I hadn't replied. I certainly hoped so. Whenever I talked to her, I always felt myself wavering. I started to feel hope. But there was no point in a creepy otaku like me having hope. I had lived my whole life without ever having hope fulfilled. That's why I had lost interest in 3D girls. Please don't make me hope. Please don't have any hopes for me. Suddenly, Someone patted me on the shoulder from behind. I turned around, expecting to see Nanami or Misumi, but was surprised.
西条くん
Chill. Her cheeks were a little flushed, and she was smiling at me. For some reason, she was out of breath.
後ろ姿が見えたからもしかしたら西条くんかなって思って走って追いかけちゃいました
Hadn't she given up? Did she still have hopes for me?
おはようございます西条くん
うん。
やっと言えました土日を含めて4日もかかってしまいましたけど
Weird.
先週メールを送ったんですけど読んでもらってます
By the time I realized I had nodded, it was too late.
よかった返事がなかったからてっきり届いていないかと思って何度か送り直そうとしたんです
A
けど
bunch of
我慢しておいて
times?
正解でした
A bunch of times? Okay, so this seems like the type that will pull out a knife on us eventually. Like... Oh my god. What did she want me to do? Was I supposed to fall in love with her, be her boyfriend? Then were we supposed to be a happy, loving couple? Impossible. That kind of thing was for other people, not me. I wanted to do it, but there was no way I would. I still didn't understand why Yua liked me anyway. I couldn't trust her. So it was just... impossible.
西条くんどうしたんですか
え
ずっと立ち止まってるので
Hey. I started walking fast to leave her behind, but she jogged to catch up with me.
昨日西条くんのクラスに行ったんですけどいませんでしたよねもしかして風邪でもひいて休んでるんじゃないかと思って心
She
配だっ
is
たんです
not letting up. She is not.
でも元気そうでよかった
たまにしか。
はい
僕、たまにしか学校来ない。みんなから引きこもりって思われてる。
You're disgusted, aren't you? You learned who I really am and now you don't like me anymore, right? It's fine, I never expected anything in the first place. Go ahead. Think I'm creepy and just leave me alone.
そうですかでも今日は会えてよかったです
Amazing time. Hello. I am slowly removing all fluid from my body. Ugh.
No.
I didn't know how to react to that. I found myself staring into her smile. Our eyes met, and then I quickly lowered my gaze. Why wasn't she treating me like she thought I was creepy?
っていうかたまにでも学校に来てるなら西条くんは引きこもりじゃないと思いますすいません分かったようなこと言っちゃって
でも苦痛だよ。
だとしたら偉いです
It wasn't something I ever expected to hear. What was impressive about a loser like me? Sorry, that immediately, popped into my head. Yua smiled gently at me. It was a smile that could heal a wounded heart. That's how it felt to me.
だって西条くんは 辛いのに頑張って学校に来ていますから。普通なら普通は来られないですよ。
でも僕はオタだしキモいし。
I love how he's literally just like, no, don't like me.
私、西条くんの話を聞くの好きですよ。
What? Why was she telling me all this? Why did it feel so good? It felt like she was holding me in a warm embrace. Or like she was telling me that it was okay for me to be here. Maybe with her help, I could go back to being a normal person.
大変、予例ですよ。
Suddenly, I realized that there were barely any students left around us. They had all gone inside the school building.
西条くん、それじゃあ私、失礼します。あ、今日の放課後、時間ありますか？
え？
もし、よかったら、一緒に帰りましょう。
She wants us so bad. She spoke softly, her cheeks turning a little red.
放課後、中庭で待ってます。もし気が向いたら、来てください。あ、無理に来なくても全然平気ですから。失礼します。
She bowed politely and headed off to the third year wing. As I watched her go, I pinched my cheek. Just as I thought, this wasn't a dream or a delusion. I spent a whole day's worth of classes in the days. I don't think I heard a single thing the teachers said. I just rested my chin on my hand and stared out at the autumn sky. Neither my classmates nor the teachers paid the slightest bit of attention to me. But Yua paid attention to me. She wasn't like the rest of those assholes. I sat there the whole day, thinking about her and indulging in one delusion after another, and before I knew it, school was over.
よ、タク。今日もデートか？この前のメガネのことはうまくいってるんだろうな。
How can a girl literally throw herself at someone like that? It's wild. What, are you jealous?
おいおい、ニートだからって躊躇してんなよ。向こうがお前のこと気に入ってくれてんなら、付き合うか付き合わないかはともかく、やっちまうのが礼儀。
It's just polite? It's just polite?
そんなことしないよ。
おい、なんだよいきなり大声出して。
ユアとはそんなことしない。
は？お前まだ言ってんの？なんで最初から諦めるんだよ。そろそろ引きこもりから卒業しようぜ。
僕は引きこもりじゃない。
That's not what I meant anyway. Misumi only cared about sleeping with girls. He wouldn't understand. I ran past a confused-looking Misumi and quickly left the classroom. The fastest way to get to the courtyard from the second-year classrooms was to go across the connecting corridor to the third-year students' building and then head down the stairs. At least as far as I knew. I didn't come to school that often, so I didn't know what led where. I didn't even know where some places like most of the special classrooms were. So I was a little nervous when I went down the connecting corridor. There was a girl standing in the middle of the corridor, staring up at the sky. She had a very stern expression on her face. She didn't seem lost in thought or anything like that. She was clearly in a place that would block traffic, but she wasn't moving at all. Come on, I know you hear my footsteps getting closer. Get out of the way, I'm in a hurry. For some reason, she felt like a Deokyu. I needed to make sure not to get closer or let her notice me. Just as I tried to walk past this girl, who I decided to call Girl B.
Oi.
Crap, she talked to me. Was she going to mug me? Or was she going to say she didn't like my face and then take me to her group of Deokyu friends so they could beat me up? But please no, what did I ever do to you? I glanced over at her to find she was glaring at me.
お前、誰だ？
I wasn't sure how to answer that. I was Takumi Nishijo, obviously, but I had never met this girl, so there was no way she would know that. She must be planning to do something really terrible to me.
すいません。
Why is bro the way that he is? I bowed quickly, being careful not to look at her, and then ran away at top speed. I ran down the staircase in the further wing and out the doors, and glanced behind me. The scary girl didn't seem to have followed me. The 3D world was an awful place. There were traps everywhere. I took a few deep breaths and looked around the courtyard. The courtyard was between the pool and the school building, and was really more of a corridor than a yard. There were flower beds placed at regular intervals where purple flowers bloomed. What were those flowers called? I didn't know. I saw Yua standing in front of one of the flower beds, staring down at it while she waited. She was really here. She was really waiting for me. Not for anybody else. Just for me. Yua wasn't going to betray me. Maybe I could believe in her after all. Maybe she could save me. Yua looked up and noticed me, and then her eyes went wide in surprise. I stood there, looking away in embarrassment. I didn't know if it was okay to walk up to her or not. Why was she surprised? Did I mess up by coming? As I tried to figure out what to do, she ran up to me.
びっくりしました。
え？
西条くんが本当に来てくれるなんて。どうせ来てもらえないって諦めかけてたんです。でも待っててよかった。
I was surprised. She might have the same kind of mentality I did, the kind that was pessimistic about everything. But there was one big difference between Yua and me. I was pessimistic and didn't do anything. Yua was pessimistic, but took action. That was something I really respected about her. I wanted to be that way too, I thought.
一緒に帰ってくれますか?
I nodded in response to her question. She and I headed for the school gate together. I felt kind of embarrassed. As we walked home, it felt like the other students were shooting me jealous glances. The more I started to notice people staring, the more I started to freeze up. I should have known there was no way I could walk home with a girl. What the fuck is that? Why is bro's head shaped like a Dorito? What am I looking at? Holy shit, is it boy A? I passed by a teacher I didn't recognize. Actually, the only reason I thought they were a teacher was that they were wearing a suit. But do we have any teachers that young? I rarely come to school, so of course I didn't know who our teachers were or what they looked like. Sometimes I even forgot my homeroom teacher's face. The teacher in the suit looked around, seemingly lost, before heading toward the school building.
どうしました?
I quickly shook my head and started walking alongside her again. The base was 10 minutes away from school, which was a bit farther than a train station at Shinsen Yua used to go home. So I guess I was walking her home, instead of the other way around. Out of sheer habit, I walked us through Shoto Park. Cutting through it diagonally shaved a minute or so of the commute.
西条くんって朝よくこの
How
公
do you
園で
know
パンを
that?
食べてませんか?
Stalker, what the fuck? Why do you know that? How did she know?
やっぱりよく見かけたんです。でもいる時といない時があって。
Stop! Stop!
今日ようやくその謎が解けました。学校にたまにしか来ないからだったんですね。あ、別にそれがダメって言ってるわけじゃなくてですね。素朴な疑問だったので。
Yua suddenly stopped and looked over at the bench where I always ate breakfast. Right now, it was empty.
なんだかここに座っているあなたの背中はすごく辛そうに見えて。
She suddenly leaned forward just a little and ran her fingers across the back of the bench.
何度も見かけるうちにだんだん気になってきて。
The bench was right in front of the fence surrounding the lake. Since I always sat facing the lake, I didn't need to worry about anyone gazing at me. There was also a small watermill right next to it, which was another reason I liked it. It served to partially hide me.
ここ最近は姿を見かけなかった日は 心配でご飯も喉
Before
を
we
通らなか
ever
ったりしてたんです
Girl, please. Really? I hadn't noticed her watching me at all.
バカみたいですよね。一度も話したこともない人の心配してるなんて。
Yeah, it is.
でも話しかける勇気もなかったので。
So that was why she was acting like a stalker at first. She wasn't a stalker, she was just really worried about me. Maybe.
ちょっと座ってみてもいいですか？西条くんがどんな景色を見ていたのか、私も知りたいから。
This is weird. I didn't really have a reason to say no. I nodded, still looking out at the lake. She put her back on the bench and then quietly sat down. Then she sat upright, with good posture, looking at the lake. It was so quiet, so peaceful. She was right there with me. The soft wind made ripples in the water and gently rustled through her hair. Was this what it was like to have a normal life? It was just a normal day, a normal situation. So why did it feel like I was about to cry?
ここで朝食をとるのって気持ちよさそうですよね。
I watched her from the side as she quietly spoke. If we were in an age game, this would totally be when I asked her to be my girlfriend. She'd say yes, we would kiss, and that would be the good ending. Depending on the route, maybe we'd even engage in some naughty outdoor fun.
私も今度やってみようかな。
She tilted her head to look up at me. Unable to speak, I turned my gaze toward her bag. As I stared at the 3 Garo froggy straps on it, I cursed myself for being too lame to talk to a girl. So she was in the room next to us when we were in the net cafe. It's the same bag. Oh my god, what a stalker. Wait a second. Yep. MC is realizing that too. Okay, chat. Reality, positive delusion, or negative delusion? I sneeze, you choose. Good delusion? Okay. I like sneezed so hard that like now, you know when like your ears like well like not pop but they like get like clogged. Let me try to like yawn it out. Oh my god. You guys get to see Hitomi lose it live on stream. Did I just see something? What was I looking at? Hero Froggy, a character popular with high school girls. I had seen it somewhere before. Where? Oh, right. Nanami had the same strap on her phone, that was all. That's right, what was I thinking? Why did I feel so scared all of a sudden? I was just being a dork. Nanami said that Garo Froggy was really popular with teenage girls. It wouldn't be unusual at all for Yua to have some of that stuff. Yeah, that's right. Really, having a vivid imagination could be a handicap sometimes. It got exhausting, being afraid of your own delusions.
西条くん？
She looked up at me, tilting her head. I quickly forced myself to smile back.
それ本当に流行ってるんだなって。ゲロカエルン。
I think because we went for the positive delusion that he didn't make the connection that this is the same bag that was in the room next to him at Net Cafe. I think it's precisely because we chose the positive delusion that he didn't make that connection. Huh? What kind of reaction is that? Why do you look so tense? Did I say something wrong? All I did was talk about Garrett Froggy, so why? The smile disappeared from her face, and she turned her head down so I couldn't see what her expression was like anymore. The bad feeling hadn't gone away. The deja vu I had felt since I'd seen the free Garrett Froggies on her bag. Had I really seen them before? I had seen free Garrett Froggies somewhere before and knew I was afraid that I would remember where. A sense of distrust welled up within me and began to take control of my heart. Should I trust her? Or not?
ゲロカエル、西条くんも知ってるんですね。
Her voice was trembling.
本当に大人気ですよね。
She's such a bad actress.
私もあんまり可愛いとは思わなかったりするんですけど、何人かの友達からもらっちゃって、気がついたら3つになってまして。
Her words were sounding more and more unnatural as she talked. She wasn't looking at me. She wasn't looking at me and smiling. A moment ago, she had been so peaceful, so kind. I felt so hollow and empty. Please don't say another word, I whispered in my heart. My dad just came in and was like, we're ordering Vietnamese, what do you want? And I was like, I don't know. Like, I can't pick that fast. Oh, good crack. Something good. No, like, well, but you know, like the sort of like Vietnamese places where the menu has like 150 different things, and they're just like, oh, we're literally ordering right now, tell me what you want. I'm like, I just said like, oh, like get me like soy noodles with shrimp and like I don't know what sauce, I don't know what sauces they have, pick something. We'll see what I receive. She reached out toward her bag and tried to take the straps off.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
She's fiddling with the bag and the bag is gonna fall on the ground and like 10 knives are gonna fall out. Her hand was shaking a little. Maybe she was nervous because she couldn't get them off.
変だな。どうして外れないんでしょう。絡まっちゃってるのかな。
I knew something like that was gonna happen. What is that? Are those like cutouts from like the people who died? She finally yanked one off by force, knocking the bag off the bench. It hadn't been zipped up, so her notebooks and textbooks went spilling everywhere.
私ったら何をやってるんでしょう。
Just a few minutes ago, I would have thought the whole scene was very Moa, but now all I could do was stare in shock because, by chance, one of the notebooks that fell to the ground had fallen open, and the small memos and newspaper clippings in it had scattered everywhere. Those are 10 credit cards from the people she scammed $100 from. It must have been some kind of scrapbook, because all the clippings and memos had to do with one subject. I could see it clearly. New Gen.
なんて
I knew it. My voice was hoarse. She was hurriedly trying to pick up the clippings and notes and stuff them back into her bag. She stood up, holding it tightly to her chest. Her smile was gone, replaced with an awkward expression.
それは
She didn't answer me. Why won't you answer me? Come on, say something. If you don't answer, I'll think you're hiding something. And just when I was about to believe you, just when I thought you were going to be on my side, just when I was starting to believe that,
誰も信じちゃダメ。誰の言葉にも耳を傾けちゃダメ。
Thank you, Seira-tan. Sarah was right all along. All Frida girls were garbage. Even Yua didn't like me. She was just trying to get close to me for some reason of her own. Maybe she was going to turn me over to the police. Maybe she was going to threaten me. This was awful. Just awful. Just when I was so close to forgetting all about that murder. The cops had never come to say anything. I had convinced myself that I had never have to deal with it again. I didn't want to get involved. What was Yua after? I turned around so I could run. But Yua grabbed my wrist from behind. Ooh.
逃げるの？
Ooh. Ooh. Her voice made me shudder. It was so cold I thought I might freeze. She didn't seem anything like the girl I had been talking to a moment ago. And she was gripping my wrist with incredible strength. She was holding it so tightly that it was physically painful. I thought for a moment that she might crush my bones. It hurt so bad. I tried to shake her off, but she wouldn't let go. Instead, she pulled me closer, and I almost fell backwards.
逃げるの？
She whispered in an emotionless voice right behind me, and right into my ear. I shivered and slowly turned around. The color in her eyes was insane.
逃がさないよ。騙してたことは謝るけど、お互い様だし。あなただって隠してたことあるよね。
Hiding something? There's only one thing I could think of. Somehow, for some reason, she knew that I had witnessed the crucified corpse in the killer. That's why she had approached me. She really was a clever one. Everything she had ever said to me was a lie. That she had gotten curious about me when she saw me for the first time. That she liked Bloodtune, that she wanted to go buy the Sarah Post-Awakening version figure on the day it came out with me. When she had smiled at something I'd said. When she had said she wanted to get to know me better. When she said she was worried I didn't come to school. Even when she said I had impressed her by coming to school. It was all lies. I clenched my fists in rage and anger. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Why was I ever willing to believe her?
本当はもっと時間をかけて調べたかったんだけど、バレちゃったからしょうがないよね。あなたに聞いてもらいたい話があるの。聞いてくれるよね。聞かないなんて言わないよね。
It doesn't feel like I have a choice.
あなたは聞くべきよ。聞いて。聞くでしょ。
How many times are you gonna say that?
聞かないなら。
If I won't listen, then what? She was like a totally different person now. The peaceful, easygoing manner she had was completely gone. Now she looked cold and unapproachable, with a terrible intensity about her. Her words were cold as ice, as cold as death itself. The signs of weakness and helplessness she normally showed were nowhere to be found. I didn't want to hear those words. I tried to close my ears. But I couldn't. She still had my wrist in her grasp. She wasn't gripping it as tightly as before, but she still wouldn't let go. I couldn't move my hand. With her free hand, she reached into her bag and took out something metallic and showed it to me. Oh my god. But you shouldn't have reacted. You should have been like, what's that? Don't be like, because that shows that you know what this is. I gasped in shock. My heart felt like it was about to leap out of my chest. My mind began to race. I had my free hand over my ear, but I let it drop, and I heard her voice, sounding slightly disappointed.
この十字架に見覚えあるよね。
Of course I did. I knew exactly what it was. It looked like a cross, but it was actually a stake. Not many stakes had such an elaborate design. At least I had only seen someone once before. That night, scattered on the road. That night, pounded by the demon woman into the wall. That night, pounded by the demon woman into the wall. That night, pinning the corpse to the wall. Wait, did she pick it from when she accidentally tripped back into place? Oh, right, because there was... The dude did have one cross in his house, right? In his shipping container. So maybe, like, she pretended to slip to be able to pick it up off the ground. Ooh.
やっぱり知ってるのね。知ってるんでしょ。知ってるに決まってる。知らないなんて言わせない。
Why do you talk this way?
知ってなくちゃおかしい。知ってるよね。知ってるよね。
I shook my head desperately. An awful sweat was forming on my brow. All I could do was try to wipe it off as I shook my head no.
これ、あなたの部屋にあったのよ。あなたの部屋、ベッドの下、床に落ちてた。落ちてたの。落としたよね。それとも捨てた？とにかく落ちてた。落ちてたの。
Oh, they weren't able to translate this one properly. Because the previous one, because the whole thing is that she says like 7 sentences with the same, like repeating one specific verb. But I guess this one was not translatable as well. When did she search my room? The day we first met? When I hurt my leg and she walked me home? When she was staring with shining eyes and a cute face at the Sarah figure?
この杭、外国製のすごく珍しい杭なのよ。それと、ニュージェネ第3の事件で使われた杭と同じ。同じなの。同じよね。同じなのは間違いない。同じよ。遺体を壁に貼り付けにした杭と同じ。
I was sure of it. This girl thought I was behind the Nugent killings. She thought I was the murderer. Was she trying to be some kind of detective? You a Kusunoki teen detective? You know what I thought? Die, bitch. I meant it too. They weren't just empty words. I mean, this stuff might have worked in an anime or a video game. But I knew that her theory had a fatal flaw. I had seen the killer. I had seen her with my own eyes, that demon. The girl whose name I didn't know. She wore a sume uniform. She was close.
だから
She looked down and sighed softly. Her grip relaxed and at last I was freed.
それ以上でもそれ以下でもないです。ただ、あなたが知ってるかどうかを確かめたかっただけ。本当はまだ言うつもりじゃなかったですし。
What does she mean by yet?
それじゃあ、もう一つ確認させてください。あなたには予知能力がありますか？
は？
My jaw dropped. See the future? What the hell was she talking about? What did that have to do with the murder? I stood there, confused, as Yua reached into her bag and pulled out several full-color printouts.
予知能力があるって思わなきゃ納得できないような画像データをあなたが持っていたから。
How do you know what I had on my PC? The girl photos that Shogun sent me. Why did Yua have them?
これ
あなたはどうしてニュージェネ第3の事件の再現画像を持っているんですか？しかもこの画像が流出したのは事件の前日です。あなたの使った PC にキャッシュが残ってました。
違う。
I got those photos from some guy named Shogun that I had never even met before that day. I didn't make them. They should still be in my download history. I know, I could show that to Yua. Wait, where did she get these? How did she know they were still... my computer's cache? When she came to my room, she wasn't there long enough to search my computer.
まさか君が将軍か。
Was she trying to set me up? Was Yua behind this whole thing? Was she one of the Nugent killers trying to use me as a scapegoat to distract the police from the truth?
助けて。
This wasn't fair. Why me? Because I'm a creepy loser? Because I don't have any friends? Yua just shook her head silently.
その画像はアットカフェルーム37の PC から拾ったんです。あなたの PC もできれば調べたかったんですけど、その機会はさすがにありませんでした。
The room next to room 37, the one I always use at cafe. She really did think she was some kind of detective. She looked just the slightest bit sorry as she stared at me. For just a single second, she looked like the old Yua. She kept that expression on her face as she rustled through her bag again. This time, she took out a sheet with printed text on it and offered it to me. I had an awful premonition. The logical part of my mind told me I shouldn't look. But I had to. If I didn't find some way to resist, they would pin it down on me.
それがあなたのすべてです。
Everything I was? Did she steal all my private information? Was she a hacker? My heart pounded as I looked at the printout, but instead of my private information, it was just a chat log.
Huh?
It was a log of Nightheart and Shogun.
そのログ変ですよね。
え？
What's strange? It was just a normal chat log. I remembered a conversation I had with Shogun.
ナイトハルトと将軍の発言時間が全然噛み合ってないんです。
It's like the photos were sent from the future. Ooh.
あ、
Huh? What was this? What was going on?
そこにあるナイトハルトは西条区。発言時間は9月28日の午前3時だ。そして翌日、あなたはアットカフェに行ってます。西条くんがアットカフェに行くのは学校帰りと決まってる。そして学校に行くのは週に 2.5 回。あなたのクラスメイトから聞いたんですけど、先週あなたが学校に来た日は月曜日、水曜日、木曜日。先週の月曜日は9月29日。将軍の発言時間と同じ日です。
What? What was she talking about?
ルーム37の PC のチャットログを調べさせてもらいました。そこから分かったことは。
She paused for just a moment, before looking right at me and delivering a cruel truth.
あなた一人の自作自演。
Don't look
将
at
軍
me.
は
Don't look
あ
at
な
me.
た自身。
What? What?
「何も見たくない。何も聞きたくない。時間は一定じゃない。記憶には矛盾がある。視界にはエラーがある。地球は回ってない。これはきっとゲームなんだ。
I turned on my computer and took a bite out of a fish sausage.
僕じゃない。
The Saratown wallpaper came up on the monitor. What is happening? What? What? Okay, sneeze break. At this point, I'm starting to get confused. Which are the delusions and which parts are real?
僕がいるべき世界は
I booted up ESO without the slightest hesitation.
ここじゃないんだ。
Chapter 2, Click Me. Beep beep. Anybody going on a field trip, get on! Takumi Nishijo lay on the tatami mat, a colored pencil in his hand. This time it was yellow. Just a few minutes ago, it had been red. He was happily scribbling with his pencil across the whole of his open sketchbook. Takumi liked to draw. Even during class, he was always scribbling something in a corner of his notebook. The TV was turned on, showing the morning news. For a 4th grader like him, though, the news was boring. He didn't look at it at all. Meep meep, you can't bring more than 300 yen for snacks. He was drawing a yellow bus and pretending he was the bus driver. The bus is full, so off we go! Whoosh! He envisioned a scene in his head as he put it onto the page. It wasn't uncommon for him to get too excited and let his pencil go off the sketchbook and onto the tatami mat. Whenever that happened, his little sister Nanami would yell, "Hey, don't mess up the mat!" She was a little brat and he didn't care. He kept drawing anyway. When it came time to draw the passengers on the bus, he suddenly stopped. And then he ripped the sketchbook up. Yesterday, the day before he was supposed to go on the class's full field trip, he had suddenly been told by his parents that he couldn't go. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. He had been excited the whole day. So, when his parents told him, he refused to accept it. He cried and said he was going to go no matter what, but it didn't matter. No matter what he said, his parents wouldn't listen. "We're saying this for your sake. It's impossible for you." That's all they would say. Is this like a bad translation or like what? Like, what do you mean it's impossible for you? That's a very weird thing to say to like a kid when you don't want them to go on a field trip. Unless like the parents know something that we don't. You know? It's weird. So he hid under his covers and got mad. So mad he thought he might tear his blanket apart. He hated his parents from the bottom of his heart. That's how important, how critical the field trip was to little 4th grade Takumi. Everybody else got to go, and he didn't. From his perspective, it was totally unfair. In his mind, there were 2 worlds. A lonely world where he was the only resident, and a fun world where everyone else got to be. He hated his teacher and his classmates for going without him, and he hated his parents for telling him he couldn't go. It wasn't long before that hatred boiled over. He bit his lip so hard it drew blood and began to mutter a curse over and over. I wish nobody got to go. The next morning, the phone started ringing really early. His mom would pick it up and answer it, seemingly shaken by something. She would set it down, and a little later, it would ring again. Takumi couldn't sleep at all. It was past 9 a.m. Nanami was sitting on a cushion reading manga. She had said, "I'll stay home from school with you," the day before, and so there she was. His dad had gone into work and was nowhere to be seen. His mom was so busy answering the phone that she hadn't made breakfast. Today he didn't need to go to school. Glumly, he began to draw in his sketchbook, but it did nothing to help assuage his anger, and just when he had ripped it up in frustration,
あれこのバス
there was a note of worry in Nanami's voice. He thought she was talking about his picture, but her eyes were glued to the TV set.
ねえお母さん
Suddenly, she called out for their mom, who was still talking on the phone. Takumi looked disinterestedly over at the TV. It was showing a collapsed bridge on the highway. Only a small 50-meter section of the bridge had collapsed. A bus had been traveling right over the bridge at the time and had fallen through the hole. It was the bus Takumi was supposed to have been on. It was the one his classmates were all on. In a single instant, Takumi was able to envision almost everything that had happened. His classmates were all there. Some were crying, some had faces covered in blood, one was being carried off in a stretcher. A reporter was explaining the accident with a stern expression on his face, but Takumi couldn't understand what he was talking about.
タクちゃん大変よ
His mom was standing in the room's doorway, holding the phone in her hand and looking deathly pale.
遠足のバスが高速道路で事故に遭っちゃったんだってそれ今テレビでやってるそれで斉藤先生が
Dead. For some reason, Takumi was sure of it. Because everything he was seeing on the TV was just like the scene he had envisioned last night in his frustration and anger. In his mind there was only a single thought, a strange certainty that he had the ability to see the future. He remembered a TV program he had seen years ago about whether psychic powers were real or not. There was a psychic on the show who could see the future and put their powers to incredible use during the test the show had given. At the time, it was a huge deal. In the test, 12 items were put into 12 boxes numbered 1 to 12, and they had to guess which one would be put in which. The psychic would be in another room before anything happened and make their guesses there. Afterward, the show's staff would put the items into the boxes and the results would be checked. Astonishingly, the psychic was 90% accurate, amazing the rest of the cast. Takumi had been watching the show and he had made his own predictions as well. Every single one was right. Of course, he had never told anybody this. But that's why now, he thought he had foretold the crash unfolding on the screen.
クラスの半数以上の子が怪我したらしくて。
So he thinks he can see the future, but what actually happens is he can influence the future, right? I got my food. Soy noodles with veggies and with shrimp. But I think they actually didn't add any sauce to this. But that's kind of weird. I asked them to like pick any sauce for me because I didn't know what they had, and I think I just didn't get a sauce. I was just about to ask only 90, why not 100%, but it's to make MC look good. I think it's not only about making MC look good, but also so that there is some sort of like plausibility that the person on TV was not actually a psychic, they just got lucky. Or they just knew how to sort of predict what humans would do. Though 90% with like 12 different boxes is still a pretty good result.
なんてこと。
His mother tried to reach down and pick him up, but he slid past her and crawled to the corner of the room.
でも本当に良かったわ。
I need to change how I'm sitting while I eat it this way. Or rather, I have to move my microphone. I'm not like too far from it. She whispered in a hollow voice, her gaze wandering around the room.
今日タキちゃんを休ませておいて本当に良かった。
Takumi felt like he was about to throw up. It was all rotten, he thought. Oops, sorry. What good was seeing the future? In that moment, he felt his heart turn cold. For a while, he didn't talk to anyone. He became completely silent. He didn't say a single word to a single person. His parents were already overprotective, but this only made it worse. He gradually started to find it ridiculous and began to keep up his silent act deliberately. That was his way of getting back at his parents, he thought. He was so quiet that they took him to a psychiatrist at a general hospital. He was diagnosed with PTSD. Of course, he didn't have PTSD, so he never took the medicine they gave him. He just pretended to take it. His parents never picked up on the act, and even when he saw how worried and miserable they looked, he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Why is he a psychopath? At 10 years old? It all felt like a lie. The whole world was filled with fiction. It was filled with evil, evil that was out to get me.
いつもあなたが使っているチャットルームへログインして自分で調べてみてください。私の言っていることが間違っていないってわかるはずです。それと私が言ったことは全部本心です。これだけは信じて。
Who does Hitomi 5 pick?
I like that. Who does Hitomi 5? I love the way that was said. Thank you so much for the resub, Hiro. Holy shit, 26 months? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking crazy? Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. After her bizarre speech, she added that last sentence and then left. Of course, I couldn't believe her. How could I believe her when she had lied to me? That everything I was that she had shown me was something I refused to accept. No matter what, I wanted to believe there was no way I could be Shogun. But from the timestamps on the chat log, it was clear that the conversation didn't make sense.
僕は無遊病なの？
At the time that Shogun had sent these messages, I hadn't been asleep. I had been at cafe, sure, but I hadn't been asleep. I couldn't have been sleepwalking. Then why didn't I have any memories at all of writing these comments as Shogun? Was my body under somebody else's control? The very idea was ridiculous. I decided what I needed to escape from all the lies was some good old ESO, my other fictional world. In ESO, everything was a lie. It was just a game after all. But in Baselard, I could be Nightheart, a godlike being. If only the lies and fictions could be like this, I could accept that reality. I wanted to be here forever. What's wrong with that? Or maybe ESO's world was the real one, and this one was the fake. This one was the game. Takumi Nishijo was just a fictional character, and my true identity was Nightheart.
ね
He's going crazy.
え、ナイトハルト。
I called out to the paladin on the screen. Am I controlling you, or are you controlling me? Are you the real person and I'm the avatar? What if the world I'm in is a game? If that was the case, it would explain everything. If somebody was staring at me right now, just like how I was staring at Nightheart, whose eyes are those? The answer to that question would be the player controlling me. If that was the case, then I wish they would stop sucking at the game so much, but an avatar doesn't get to complain. It would explain how Shogun and I could be the same person. It was like with Lizelot. Lizelot and Nightheart couldn't exist in Baselard at the same time. They both had the same player. Me. Maybe in the same way, Takumi Nishijo and Shogun couldn't both exist in the real world at the same time. Or maybe it was like a bug. Speaking of bugs, maybe these strange women appearing in a murder cases were all bugs too. The images Shogun sent me flashed through my mind and I winced. I shook my head desperately. I wanted to run away from everything. If there is a player controlling me, then please, reset the game. Just start over from the character creation. The waiting room at the university hospital was filled to overflowing with old people waiting for their exams. Nothing had changed since I had first come here several years ago. It was as if time itself had stopped. Everyone wore a gloomy expression. Between that and the stench of disinfectant, the air was heavy and stale. 5 minutes in this room was enough to make you want to kill yourself. I didn't like hospitals. The lobbies were filled with people, but once you went down a hallway, it felt like you were completely alone. It had always really scared me. It felt like the hallways were full of the stench of death. It always seemed to me that death was the true face of a hospital, and if you went further down the hallways, you'd find even more terrifying, awful secrets. So, to tell the truth, I didn't want to come, but it was something I had to know, and so I had no choice but to sit here waiting for my exam. Even while I was playing ESO, the words Yua had said kept spinning through my mind, and I couldn't concentrate at all. I ended up staying awake all night, imagining all kinds of terrible things, and started to get really scared of there being something wrong with me. At last, I had decided to go to a hospital so I could get a doctor to tell me that I was completely normal. I wanted to prove that Yua was the crazy one, not me. I was used to coming to the psych ward of this hospital. If you have to say, I'm used to coming to the psych ward, I think that answers the question whether you're normal. Oh god. Thank you. When a lady at the front desk had asked me if it was my first time here, I had not about thinking about it. But it wasn't my first time at all. Ever since the bus accident, my parents had taken me here on a regular basis. When I got to middle school, my doctor told me I was completely cured, and I had stopped going. It had been about 4.5 years since I had last come here. Oh! The first doctor to look at me was an old man who was supposedly an authority in his field, but he'd only talked to me the first few times before handing me off to one of his students. Okay, chat. Reality, positive delusion, or negative delusion? Positive delusion for search out? Okay. Of course, his student wasn't that much younger either. If anything, he had looked older than the first one. That doctor, Dr. Takashina, had said something to me that I had remembered last night.
ここは病気や怪我だけじゃなくて心にも効く病院なんだよ。
I didn't like the hospital, but he was really nice, and he seemed like a really good guy. Not that this had stopped me. I had kept up my act of deceiving the adults. It was Dr. Takashina who had seen through my deception, though, and he had given me an official diagnosis of completely cured.
あの人に調べてもらえれば。
What would he say if he knew I had grown up to be a creepy otaku? No, he probably didn't even remember me. It wasn't long at all before I was called into the exam room. I thought I'd be asked to wait longer, but that wasn't the case at all. What about all those people in the lobby? Maybe they were all fakes put there by the hospital to make it look busy. It was a different exam room than the one I had been seen in 4 years ago, but I recognized how he welcomed me when I came in.
いやー、西條くん。
He stood up with a friendly smile and offered me a hand. I realized he wanted a handshake and hurriedly shook it back.
また君に会えて嬉しいよ。いや、嬉しいというのは変かな。
It is a bit weird to be like, oh, I'm glad you're sick and needed to get to the psych ward.
君にしてみれば、またここに来るというのは辛いことなわけだからね。
It had been 4 years, but the doctor was still really friendly. I had been feeling a little nervous, but I quickly calmed down.
それで、今日はどうしたんだい？
He motioned for me to sit down, and I did. Maybe I felt a little too at ease because I told him everything that had happened and everything that might have happened. I wasn't used to talking to people, so I kept tripping over my own words. But he never pushed me. He just nodded and listened. Of course, I told him about Yua and the demon girl. Everything. It occurred to me that might be dangerous, but he was the only one I could rely on right now.
結論から先に言おうか。
After I finished, he thought for a while before opening his mouth.
君は正常だよ。
Is that the positive delusion? We deluded ourselves into thinking we're normal.
何の問題もない。
本当ですか？
もちろん。
Those were the words I wanted to hear more than anything. I had come all the way to this hospital just to hear them. I had been terrified he was going to say there was something wrong with me, but now I was glad I had come.
むしろおかしいのはその楠木さんという女性だね。西条くんの話だけで判断するのは難しいが、おそらくその女性は精神的な障害を患っている。
She's the weird one.
今後君に危険を及ぼすような行動に出る可能性がある。すぐに警察に通報しよう。
え？
The police. Yeah, that might be the safest option. There was something wrong with Yua. She was crazy. Just the thought of her coming after me again was enough to make me shiver.
もちろん僕も責任を持って君を保護するつもりだ。
He gazed firmly at me, gave me a friendly pat on the shoulder, then he even gave me his business card. It had his cell phone number on it.
何か問題が起きたらいつでも連絡をくれて構わないよ。24時間いつでも君のところに飛んでいくからね。
Do you not sleep?
いいんですか？
当たり前だよ。僕は君の主治医なんだから。
I was almost ready to cry. I was so happy he was my doctor. There weren't many like him these days.
悪魔女のことについても通報した方が良さそうだね。西条くん、君の見たその女がニュージェネの真犯人で間違いないよ。
Oh,
こ
the
れはも
delusions
の
go
すごい目
crazy.
撃証言だ。
He was getting a little excited, but he wasn't letting it show in his voice. His tone was as calm as ever.
事件は西条くんのおかげで解決だ。
Okay, we're getting a little bit far with the delusions.
君は渋谷のヒーローだよ。
Now we're getting a little bit far.
僕はこの瞬間に立ち会えて実に光栄に思う。
I was a hero? This wasn't ESO. A person like me couldn't be a hero. But just imagining it made me grin. All the middle school girls and high school girls and college girls and office ladies in Shibuya all screaming my name. I would be a celebrity. I could be on TV, but I didn't like being in front of people, so I would start a venture company instead. Then I'd make a ton of money as a famous CEO. I'd have a bunch of pretty girls as secretaries in my own personal harem. Of course, they would all be totally in love with me. I'd have a high-rise condo in Roppongi and lots of cute maids at my service. Like my own personal maid cafe. And of course, they'd be willing to serve me at night too. Just kidding, just kidding.
まさに勝ち組。
Hi. Suddenly, I realized I was still sitting on the sofa in the lobby. I started looking around the room, unsure of what had just happened. There was an old, hunched-up woman sitting next to me. Her eyes were buried so deep in her wrinkles that I couldn't tell if she was awake or not. I looked up at the clock above the reception counter and saw that I had been here in the lobby for over an hour. Was that just a dream? Had I fallen asleep while I was waiting, since I hadn't slept at all last night? If only it had been real. I felt so disappointed. In the end, I waited another 2 hours before they finally called my name. When I went into the exam room, it was the same as I had seen in my dream. I thought for a minute I was back in the dream again. Dr. Takashina looked just like he had in my dream too. Maybe he just hadn't changed much over the past 4 years. But he didn't stand up, and he didn't ask to shake my hand.
今日はどうしました？
And he didn't seem happy to see me again, like in my dream.
あの、 西条です。
んああ、これはご丁寧に。高階です。はじめまして。
He bowed to me. I couldn't say anything. Nice to meet you. That's what he had just said. He had forgotten me. It made sense. It had been 4 years after all. But I had thought that he of all people would remember me. I kind of had that hope, whether it was fair or not. When that hope was shattered, it just made me sadder. It felt like I didn't matter. He looked in my eyes as he spoke, but I looked away.
無遊病かどうか調べてほしいと書いてあるが、何かあったのかな？
That's right. That's what I said on the form, but it didn't matter now. He didn't even remember me.
別にいいじゃん。
Oh my god. Can I show those nipples? I don't think I can. I don't think I'm allowed to show that.
先生が覚えてようが覚えてなかろうが関係ないっしょ。最初の目的を忘れちゃダメ。
Who cares if the doctor remembers you or not? Don't forget why you came here. Okay. Oh right, I hadn't come here to see Dr. Takashina. I'd come to prove that I was normal. Seeing him again was just a bonus. What did it matter if he forgot me? Also, hi Boo! Welcome to the stream. How's your day going? If Saratan hadn't reminded me, I might have broken down right there.
自分でも知らないうちに外に出かけてて、パソコンで文章打ってて、それを全く覚えてないなんてありえますか？
おお。
知り合いからそう指摘されて混乱しちゃって。
その知り合いの人が冗談を言っているっていう可能性はあると思うかい？
Imagine if this was all just a prank. Imagine if this was all just like an elaborate prank. Yua's eyes had been dead serious. She didn't look like she was teasing me or anything. If nothing else, she certainly seemed to believe what she was saying.
わかりません。
なるほど。ちなみに、その知り合いとはどういう関係だろう？恋人？
はあ？
What was this guy talking about? What did that have to do with anything?
いや、言い方が悪かったかな。じゃあ言い直そう。その知り合いの人は、君が意識もないまま歩き回っているのを実際に目撃したのかな？
Oh, was that what he meant? I shook my head.
じゃあ、証拠はないわけだ。
I shook my head again.
そいつ探偵気取りっていろいろ証拠を突きつけてきて。
うん、そういうことか。ちなみに、これまでにも無遊病の兆候はあったかい？
いえ。
朝目覚めたらいつものベッドじゃなくて違う場所で寝てたっていうことは過去に一度でもあった？
いえ。
You know, but he's sort of so focused on the whole, like, sleepwalking, and he forgot he literally just, like, lived an hour-long delusion while waiting in the lobby. Like, that feels a bit related, you know?
じゃあその知り合いに言われたのが初めてっていうことだね。
I nodded weakly before forcing myself to speak.
僕、寝てないんです。
もしかして怖いのかな。でもそんなに深刻になる必要はないよ。
いや、その。
That wasn't it. That wasn't what I wanted to say. But I wasn't sure how to explain it, and I couldn't get my thoughts together in my head. I lost my chance to speak. He scribbled something in his chart before spinning around to turn away from me, and then leaned forward toward the back of the exam room.
葉月くん、ちょっと。
はい。
A young nurse came over. The doctor showed her my chart and said something softly to her, and then she quickly went back further into the room. What was that about? He turned to face me again. Then, in a gentle tone, he explained to me what sleepwalking was. When someone falls asleep, he said, first they enter REM sleep and then non-REM sleep. REM sleep was when the body was asleep but the brain was close to fully awake. Non-REM sleep was a deeper sleep when the brain also rested.
無遊病はノンレム睡眠の時に起きやすいって言われてる。脳が通常の活動をしていないから普通の受け答えとかは成立しにくいけど、ちゃんと返事もするし、階段などを踏み外さずに上り下りすることだってできる。
Okay, I finished eating. Sneeze time. I took a sip of a drink and it went bad, but I only realized it went bad from the taste. So it was a little bit too late. Man.
原因としては精神的なストレスを抱えてる時になりやすいんだ。子供に多い症状だけど成人でもよくある症状なんだよ。これで分かっただろ。深刻になることはないって言った意味が。
はあ。
But I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't sleeping, and yet I was still doing things I didn't remember. The whole time I had been supposedly typing into the chat as Shogun in room 37, I thought I had been playing ESO. Was that what you'd call sleepwalking? I wanted to ask, but the doctor just kept talking.
無遊病かどうかを調べる方法としてはいくつかある。一番手っ取り早いのはここのベッドで寝てもらうことだね。
You actually drew that beautiful art? That's amazing. If you want to post it on Twitter, you can post it on Twitter and like tag me. Or if you don't want to post it on Twitter, then you can just like put it in the Hitomi art channel in the Discord.
ただ特定条件じゃないと発生しない場合もあるかもしれない。例えば自分のベッドじゃないとダメとか。意識がない状態で出歩くにしても目的もなくふらふらと歩き続けるのか。それとも何らかの強迫観念があってそれに影響されて何らかの一連の目的を持って出歩いているのか。それに君の精神状態についても 特定の条件下じゃないとダメかもしれない。自宅のベッドの上ならリラックスできるけど、ここじゃリラックスのしようがないわけだ。どうする？とりあえず寝ていってみるかい？
It wouldn't hurt to try. I could make sure I wasn't sleepwalking and then ask him the question I had come to ask. The nurse Hazuki led me to a bed in the back. It wasn't meant for sleeping, so it was hard and uncomfortable. Still, it was better than the sofa I was used to sleeping on. Let's check it out. Oh my god. I'm losing my mind over how much detail you put into this. Liquid yaoi. Beautiful. Thank you. This is the most ultimate piece of fan art I could have gotten, truly. Did Hitomi share it on stream too? Oh yeah, 1 second. Save image. There you go. In its full glory. Liquid yaoi. Yaoi withdrawal. I do look very dead inside. Like... Wait. Please, look at this. Like... I'm literally just... This is the expression. This is the expression. And then we have liquid yaoi. We have yaoi withdrawal. And then a whole stack of BL. Oh yeah, by the way, hi. That's supposed to be a heart. Hi. I have a little thing that lets me sort of write on here. I can write on my stream. Isn't that pretty cool? And the numbers in the monitor are... Oh my god, yeah, like, wait. There's numbers here. And you like the detail? The detail you put into this is crazy. That's insane. You even looked up how like heart rate monitors and everything are supposed to look like. Oh my god. This is actually what happened when I got hospitalized like half a year ago. This is exactly what happened. It's just me, my liquid yaoi. I'm sorry, I'm just like can't get over to like how silly this looks like. Thank you for this beautiful artwork. Oh my god. Hope you enjoyed this piece of art. It's amazing. It's amazing. Okay.
3時間くらいしたら起こしに来ますから。
This nurse was really cute. I lay on the bed, glancing at her while trying to make sure our eyes didn't meet. She had a somewhat young, helpless-looking face, and the air of someone whose life wasn't really working out the way they wanted it to. How are you gonna clock someone as... She had the air of someone whose life wasn't really working out the way they wanted it to. Like, that's a crazy thing to say about someone. That's an absolutely crazy thing to say about someone. Pots and kettles? She felt like one of the girls from an old age game, one set in a hospital with lots of rape. Ugh.
できるだけ目は離さないようにしていますので、安心して眠ってくださいね。
In other words, she'd be watching to make sure I didn't get up and start walking around.
それでは、ごゆっくり。
She smiled a little before closing the curtains and leaving. Surrounded by the white curtains, I let out a deep breath. I could hear lots of things. The voice of the doctor as he examined his patients, and the other nurses walking around, even the door as it opened and closed. It was pretty hard to relax. Could I really sleep like this? I tried to close my eyes just to see if it would work. The second I did, the Guro images that Shogun sent and the sight of the corpse nailed to the wall came flooding back to me. I forced myself to think of Seiratan instead.
タッキー、外出嫌いなのに病院来るなんてすごい。
Chad? Reality, positive or negative delusion? With our Seiratan. Okay, we do have to go delusional, but are we doing positive or negative delusion? Super positive? Delusion positive? Okay.
私前から思ってたんだけどさ、タッキーって実はすごく強い男の子
Wait,
だ
I
よね。
need to... I forgot I need to censor. How do I censor it without like... Oh, there. Give her back? Bro, her nipples are protruding. Twitch will kill me. Inside my delusion, she was happily bouncing up and down. Next, she whispered to me in a sweet voice.
私、そんなタッキーの強さが、
That's a whisper? That's a whisper?
それに、タッキーは無遊病なんかじゃないよ。私、毎日タッキーのこと見てるもん。だからわかるさ。三次元女になんか騙されちゃダメだぞ。タッキーには、私がいるっしょ。またあのコンテナハウスで、二人きりで過ごそうね。ボケナス。
Sarah, you're so cute, Sarah. Sarah was my ideal wife, after all. No girl could ever be better than her. Freedy? Who cares about Freedy? I couldn't wait to go home. Sarah would be waiting for me with a big smile and a welcome home. Just wait, Sarah-tan. I'll be coming for you. Is she gonna be here?
迎えに来たから。
Her whispered voice sounded so real. I felt her poking my cheek. At least, it kind of felt like that. I slowly opened my eyes.
おはよ、ボケナス。
Next to my bed, I saw Sarah Temper Transformation Sarah Amanogawa version. Welcome back to normal orientation, Tommy. Thank you. She wasn't 1/8 scale. She was full size, and she moved smoothly and realistically. I gulped and sat up, poking the life-size Saratan in the chest. Why are we immediately poking in the chest? Twitch, don't look. Twitch, don't look.
Oh!
They were soft. She wasn't a figure. It was really her. Saratan had come to the 3D world.
No, no. ここは二次元だよ。
Huh? It is? Even though they're so soft?
二次元的にプニプニなんさ。
Where am I? What are we doing, genuinely? I feel like I'm the one losing my mind along with the MC right now. I didn't know what that meant, but if they were soft, that was all that mattered. I realized belatedly that I just touched her breasts, and suddenly got really embarrassed. The life-size Sarah was really cute. I could just die of more. And she was so realistic, too. That's why I suddenly felt guilty for touching her breasts, and worried that she might hate me for it.
ごめん、セイラタン。
タッキーならいいよ。
本当？
他の人にはこんなことされるのは嫌だけどさ。特に進むとか。あいつに胸触られたら金棒で月までぶっ飛ばしちゃってる。
I hate that laugh so much.
静かに。声出すと看護師さんたちに見つかっちゃうっしょ。
Saratan seemed to be paying close attention to what was going on outside the curtain. The age rating is skyrocketing. This is a mature rated game. When you open this stream, you have to press a button that you're like okay with watching a mature rated game. She took off her shoes and quietly got up on the bed with me, being careful not to make a sound. She lifted herself onto my lap. I almost said something, but quickly put my hand over my mouth. Saratan was sitting on my lap. Her panties... I started... You could hear me, like, start reading, and then my brain processed the sentence I was reading. Do I want to say this out loud? Do I want this to be out there that I've said this? I gotta own it. Her panties were brushing up against my crotch. Oh no! My little man was about to lose control! Saratan put her face up close to mine. She smelled good. So this was what Saratan smelled like.
ねえねえ、タッキー。タッキーも二次元になっちゃうべきだよ。
What did she mean?
タッキーはまだ三次元なんさ。
Did her eyes change? Am I crazy?
だから、私が二次元にしてあげる。いいっしょ？
Could she do that?
できるよ。それに。
Wait, but I fought that. Why are you responding to my thoughts?
すっごく気持ちいいよ。
There's not a face expression I can make to express how I'm feeling right now. Hey. I could hear the sound of the nurses walking around outside and of the doctor talking to another patient. The only thing separating me from them was a single curtain. If it was open, everyone would see us. Us? I don't think they would see an us! Oh, honey! The excitement and guilt I felt from doing something like this at a hospital was making me dizzy. Especially since I was doing it with Saratan, my absolute favorite wife. Oh, I was so happy! I couldn't think about anything else. I just nodded my assent.
そうこなくっちゃ。そんなタッキーが好き。
She pressed her lips against mine. Oh, we get a CG! Holy shit! Damn, okay. Maybe the delusions aren't that bad. We don't need the sound effect though. They were so soft. Was this 2D softness too? Maybe they were softer than real ones. My brain wasn't keeping up with these sudden age game developments. All I could do was sit there. As I sat in confusion, Saratan's tongue slipped between my lips. What is this weird mix between Yaoi and Yuri I'm seeing here? I felt so much pleasure, I thought I'd go crazy. Who knew a kiss could feel so good? I wanted her luscious tongue. Luscious tongue? I wanted her luscious tongue to keep having its way with my mouth forever. I wrapped my hands around her waist. Hi, Mai! But her body was flat, because she was 2D. It was soft but flat. How does that work? How does that work? Like kissing paper, maybe? But it still felt so good that I didn't care. I was so overcome that I couldn't even think about it. Saratan was so hot. She sucked on my tongue. I felt like I was about to die. I couldn't take it. It was starting to hurt. The suction coming from her mouth was incredible. I tried to pull my tongue back, but I couldn't. She sucked harder. What the fuck was that sound? She's sucking him into 2D. My tongue was being pulled forward so hard I thought it might tear. And not just my tongue. The back of my throat burned. My eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. I couldn't breathe. My chest hurt. I felt like my stomach was being turned inside out. She sucked harder. Saratan was sucking up everything, my organs, my flesh, my bones. I could feel my beating heart pounding as it came up my throat. I could hear the thick arteries connected to it snapping within my body. It was an impossible feeling. The pain was unbearable, but more than that, it felt good. My whole body had become an erogenous zone, literally every inch of me. Not just my skin, but the inside of my throat, my heart, my blood vessels, my lungs, my intestines. I just want you guys to know you are the one who chose the positive delusion. And here we are now. Saratan had her way with my body, sucked it up. Being eaten by her felt so good, made me so happy, that I felt that I might pass out. I was going to die. I was going to die of pleasure. You know, I've never gotten banned on Twitch yet. Maybe this is gonna be the first one. Please don't report me. Saratan let go, satisfied, after sucking up everything inside my body. A mix of blood and drool was dripping from her lips.
タッキーのすごく美味しかった。
What are we doing? She smiled seductively. I didn't have the strength to answer. She had taken everything from me. I had never felt such incredible pleasure. I couldn't even think. My mind felt like it was in a thick fog. I had trouble forming coherent thoughts.
ほら、タッキー、自分の体見てみて。
Are we gonna see a CG of us being paper?
タッキーもこれで二次元の住人だよ。
Unsteadily, I lowered myself off the bed. Body was flat like hers now. It was hard to walk. I felt unsteady and soft and couldn't stand up. I fell to my knees and then collapsed to the ground without a sound. Sayuratan, I can't get up. Help me. I heard her voice from up on the bed.
二次元へようこそ。
This was a whole thing, okay? This was a thing that had happened and that we watched and experienced all together, chat. That was a thing. Yeah, it was. Hey. I leapt up, only to find myself still on the bed. My heart was pounding so fast. My heart was still in my chest. I patted myself all around my body. It wasn't flat. I was still 3D. Sayuratan was nowhere to be seen. Of course she wasn't.
夢か。
I wasn't sure if that had been a good dream or a bad one. You're... What do you mean you're not sure? What? What? I'm just like, what? I let out an unconscious sigh. What I had just experienced was right out of the doujinshi I had bought, a blood-tuned one by Circle Piru Piru. I must have used the doujinshi as a basis for my delusions. You had someone publish a doujinshi of being sucked to death until, well, sucked till you were 2D? Bro, yeah, no new fetish unlocked. Bro was aware of that. Jesus Christ. I tried not to king shame, but I think this deserves a king shame. What the fuck, dude? Bro got horny in a hospital? I mean, with how much, like, he even said, with how much porn there is of nurses, like, that isn't even that crazy of the part. The actual thing that he deluded was the crazy part. Why didn't I realize while I was in the dream? I knew, of course, that you never knew you were in a dream while you were in one, but it still bothered me.
西條さん。
I heard a voice call me from behind a curtain. I quickly opened and I saw the nurse from before, Hazuki.
おはようございます。
I looked down and bowed to her slightly and silently.
結局3時間ぐっすりでしたね。
Huh? It's been 3 hours already? I hadn't really kept track of time because of that crazy dream, but I must have been really tired.
少しうなされていたみたいですけど、大丈夫？
I couldn't tell her that it was a naughty dream. I was a little ashamed of my libido, to be honest.
でも、無遊病の症状は結局出ませんでしたよ。
Her tone was reassuring.
まあ、今日はたまたま症状が出なかっただけかもしれないから、無遊病でないっていう断定はできないですけど。
Sorry, I'm just cracking my neck. No, I'm not a sleepwalker. I needed to ask the question I came here for. But I didn't see the doctor. Hazuki offered me a sheet of paper. I looked at it. There were various questions for me to answer.
それはあなたの心理状態を把握するためのチェックシートです。心理テストのようなものね。それを書いてくれたら今日はもう帰っていいって
Question
先
number
生が。
1. Do you ever feel like somebody is watching you at all times?
先生は。
ごめんなさい。ずっと診察が続いてて。来週まで様子を見て、まだ改善が見られないようならもう一度来てくださいって。
To be fair, he wasn't my personal physician or anything like that. He had probably just given Hazuki, his nurse, instructions for me. But then what was the point of even coming to this hospital? I wanted to ask about the awful possibility that I was being controlled by somebody who wasn't me. But Hazuki looked so apologetic that I didn't have the courage to demand to see the doctor. I decided to just fill out the worksheet she had given me. I'd write out the symptoms I was experiencing in the back, I decided, that I could come back next week to talk to him again.
チェックシートは質問に対してイエスかノーかだけを答える簡単なものですから。当てはまる点があったらイエスにチェックしてくださいね。今後の西條さんの治療に対する参考にしますから、じっくり考えて答えてください。
Hazuki was kind enough to give me a full explanation. Some of the questions in the test were weird, not the sorts of things you'd expect to be asked at a hospital. It was almost like one of those online personality quizzes. What would answering these questions tell them? Hazuki was staring at me. She wasn't getting ready to leave. It didn't seem like she just had nothing better to do. She was observing me. No, watching over me. Being watched made me nervous, and so it was hard to think about the questions, but I suppose that was just a nurse's job. I decided to just forget it and fill out the sheet. Oh. Medical record diagnosis. Problem number 1. When you need to talk to someone, do you prefer to text instead of call? Oh. Wait, I do it myself? What? What? Okay. Yeah. Do you sometimes have tinnitus? No. Have you ever felt someone's eyes on you and turn around? Stationary objects seem to be moving towards you? No. Have you ever had a premonition that turned out to be right? Have you ever checked a digital clock and see the same numbers repeat? Have you cried within the last month? Can you masturbate just using your... Can you masturbate just using your imagination? I assume they mean that, like, you don't need to look at something. But the way that this is worded makes it sound like you don't even need to touch anything. I assume they mean this is like an imagination test where it's like, are you able to, like, not look at porn, right? But it's worded as if, like, you're just gonna come not touching anything. You stay focused on just one mental image when masturbating. You fantasize about something with your eyes open. I'm answering as I think the dude would answer. Does the front of an automobile ever look like a face? You have difficulty going to the bathroom after watching a horror movie. Not a fan of haunted houses? When you start reading a book, do you lose track of time and immerse yourself? You think aliens are real? When you look at your horoscope, is it always right? Do you get motion sickness easily? Do you think God exists? Do you have a sixth sense? When you sleep, do you dream in full color? Are there people who don't dream in full color? When you are asleep, do you ever understand that you're dreaming? Have you experienced partial memory loss? You have trouble making eye contact with others. Okay.
はい、お疲れ様でした。
There's people who only dream in sounds? But like people who are able to see and they dream in sounds, because I understand if you were like blind from birth, right? Then maybe you dream in sounds because, well, you've never seen anything. That's freaky. What? I had been really embarrassed having her watch me the whole time. Maybe my face had been red. I quietly handed over the worksheet, trying not to look at her face. I hadn't had time to write my symptoms on the back.
それでは待合室でお待ちください。お薬が出てますから。
薬
I was getting some kind of prescription? The doctor hadn't said a word about that.
ええ、先生の指示で。弱い精神安定剤です。ぐっすり眠れるようになるし、副作用などもありませんよ。
Woohoo! Thanks, dog! I was appreciative, but also the thought of waiting in that lobby again made me feel miserable. Value of death. Life is suffering caused by desire. To end the suffering, we must end desire. By the time I got back to Shibuya, it was evening. The hospital itself was in Shibuya Ward, but the closest station was Yoyogi. Taking the train was the fastest way to get there and back. The Yamanote line was as crowded as ever, and riding just 2 stations was enough to make me feel exhausted. I didn't think I was up for getting on another train, so I decided to walk from Shibuya Station to the base. There were just too many people at the stations. I hated crowds. They always made me feel like I was going to pass out. I didn't want to spend any more time there than I had to, so I quickly tried to get across Scramble Crossing. That area was so packed it was hard to even walk in a straight line. If you didn't keep a steady forward pace, you would run into the people walking beside you or get hit from behind. There were also people blocking your path, trying to hand you packs of tissues with ads on them. They even forced them into your pocket. I ignored the first one, but the second one was a cute lady, so I took some from her. These tissue people were just the worst. They shouldn't have been allowed to stand in the middle of the sidewalk like that. I took the tissues anyway, though, since they were free. I looked at the tissues I had been given. This pack came with a small flyer with white text on a red background. Don't flex, Searchon! I want to go to Japan! I'm such a fake weeb. I've never been to Asia. I'm such a fake weeb. It was a pretty weird color combination, kind of spooky. It wasn't a combination you saw often, that much I was sure of. Stop flexing on me that you've been to Japan! I'm gonna be sad. You want me to be sad? This is so fucked up. Fake weep, Hitomi needs to visit Japan. Hitomi wants to visit Japan, but visiting Japan is expensive. And also would take, like, half of all my, vacation days. I don't know. I want to go, but it's so expensive to go. Like, it's so worth it, trust me. Well, but like I really want to go, but it's just like I took 4 weeks off for it. Dude, 4 weeks off is my whole PTO for the year. I can't take all of my PTO in one go like that. Yeah, I get 20 days. 5 times 4. 30 in total? Must, like, what? Must be nice. No, we get 20, and then once you have enough job experience, you get 26. But, like, I'm on my first job, so... 20, I believe, is the legal minimum in the European Union. But yeah, and then another thing is that obviously, like, it will cost me an absolute fortune. And as much as, like, I really, really want to go, like, I don't think I can excuse that purchase until I'm, like, really well off to the point that I don't have to worry about spending that money. Because right now, like... yeah. Most companies give like 10 extra and maybe some more. Yeah, we don't get any extra. We just get the legal minimum. So... I haven't really heard of any company in Poland giving more than they legally have to be honest. So... I've heard... what I have heard is some companies giving the 26 days to everyone, even if you don't have enough job experience to qualify for it. That's the most I've heard. But I've never heard anyone get over the 26 days that you get after you have 10 years of job experience. Yes, please get to that point at least. Yeah, well, because you know, like, I'm in one of those countries with slightly lower wages, so it's also sort of like just buying the flight ticket would probably cost me my whole like monthly salary. So like I don't know if I want to save for like a year to throw that out and like on like a singular 3-week trip. That's a lot of money. Anyway, I read the flyer as I walked along. It was a flyer for a blood donation service. As I looked at it, I thought back to the worksheet I'd been given at the hospital. There's a shortage of type B blood. There's currently a serious shortage of type B blood in Shibuya. We may no longer be able to deliver blood to all the patients that need it, and people may die. Without your blood donation, we will not survive. Please come to the blood donation center, Shibuya Inokashira Line Building. Small advantage that yen is kind of weak, but it's still kind of expensive. Yeah. No, I know that like yen has gotten weaker, which makes it easier, but I still like in Poland you don't make that much money. I wouldn't be surprised if I found out that like your salary is like twice or maybe even triple my salary. Therefore, yeah, plus I spend very little. Define very little spending. Because I feel like that's subjective what very little spending is. How much do I spend? Usually only spend money on necessities and being subbed to streamers. Honestly, being subbed to Hitomi is a life necessity. I get it. When are you gonna tier free sub? Oh. give me benefits for the tier free sub. I honestly, like, I never really set up like that big of an incentive for a tier free sub because I just feel like they like because it's a 50-50 split. It's just so no. I do have additional perks on the YouTube membership because YouTube membership is a 70-30 split. So I set up I set it up a bit differently on YouTube. That's why I'd rather give you random donations on coffee. Please keep on doing that. Yeah, also, like, one thing that my memberships have is that anytime I, like, have to private a VOD because something goes bad or anything like that, I put it as members only instead. So that's a little perk you sort of have. I did not plan on stopping. Good. Because I have GPU debt to pay off. For context, it's not true debt. It's just like the fact that like I bought the GPU before we fulfilled the donation goal for the GPU. Because like the new AMD cards came out and I got them on release because I was terrified that if I waited with it, I would not be able to get it anymore, or at least not at MSRP. So okay. I don't think this VOD will survive. I want to say it will be fine. I will just get demonetized on YouTube. I'm for sure getting demonetized, or at least limited ads on YouTube. But we'll see. If I get banned on Twitch, oh well. I hadn't seen anything like it when I had gone there 4 years ago. Maybe it was some kind of new diagnostic that had only gotten popular over the last few years. But still, I felt like I had seen it before. Deja vu. Again. It felt like that was happening all the time lately. It was really creepy when your body and mind refused to do what you wanted them to. So I tried to dig through my memories to find out what was going on with this deja vu. My mother used to take me to the hospital about once a week. No matter what they asked, I'd never respond. I just move my head up and down or side to side. At first, they saw me in a normal exam room, but when I showed no signs of recovery, they started sending me someplace different. The other place was some kind of counseling room. You bought 6 months in advance? That's crazy. Thank you so much, Tiax, for the support. I really appreciate it. That's so generous of you. Thank you. And enjoy my adorable emotes. It had a sofa and lots of stuffed animals and seemed to have been decorated with the aim of putting the patient at ease. Dr. Takashina never blamed anybody. He just kept trying to make me better. He was the only one who figured out that I could speak, but just didn't want to say anything. necessities purchase, I heard. Yeah. Did you guys know that if you subscribe to me, your life will immediately get better? Try it. Right now, try it. My mother would always talk to me in a deliberately chipper voice. Dr. Takashina would always welcome me with a bright smile. The nurses were always kind too, and...
Searchy had just donated $20. Hitomi spoiling time.
Thank you! Thank you, Sercha. I really appreciate it. You guys were so nice to me. Can confirm it's true. See? See, we got testimonials. He subbed, and within a minute, he's saying his life is better. It's just a necessary purchase. That might just be the key to happiness. Subscribing to Hitomi Hoshino on Twitch. And it felt to me like there had always been somebody else in that room. Right. He was always wearing a dark black suit. It was a weird outfit to see in a hospital. Oh yeah, I forgot to comment on it, but I saw that earlier in the CG that there's just a dude in a suit like that staring. Like that is weird, right? The cure to male sadness, subscribe to Hitomi. The cure to male loneliness is a Hitomi Hoshino Twitch subscription. He was just as quiet as I was. I don't think I ever heard him talk. I never did figure out who he was. He didn't feel like a doctor. He always just stood off to the side, looking out the window. I always called him Mr. Nozomi. He had never actually given me his name, though.
Nozomi.
Wait, Nozomi was also the... Like, when we were filling out the questionnaire, that was the logo on the bottom right corner. Oh my god. That was so violent. Loneliness is only cured by a tier-free subscription. Hey, I mean... if you get the... if you get the tier-free, like, YouTube membership, then there's a little perk where every month you get a personalized voice message. That's the real cure to male loneliness. Just make me say something that you want to hear from me. Sorry. Yeah, ever since I opened up the memberships on YouTube, I've had that set up. That the third tier is just you get to request a voice message. Also, another thing that, like, I think is new on YouTube, but I might be wrong, is that but I thought that was, like, well, I want to say, like, that's pretty cool, but I guess it's, like, a sort of copy of what, like, Twitch does, where, like, on Twitch, when you resubscribe, you get to, like, do a little special message. On YouTube, they let you do that as well, but it's, like, I think you get to pick when you do it. You just refresh it, so once a month you can do a sort of special highlighted message in chat. Love me some parasocial unlocks, right? And here's the thing. You get to choose if the voice message becomes public or not. So if you want to get something, it is only between me, you, and God. Make Hitomi say actually do not love Yahweh and make it public. Public torture. That's what it would be. The man in the suit always wore a small badge. It read Nozomi. It looked like a logo of some kind, so it probably wasn't a name tag. Yeah, the worksheet had the Nozomi logo on it too. No wonder I thought I had seen it somewhere before. I felt a little better now that the mystery was solved. What was Nozomi, though? It was clearly the name of some kind of company.
のぞみさんっていう美人女社長が設立したカウンターテロ組織とか、漫画みたいだ。
Why is he the way that he is? When I go back to the base, I ran a search for Nozomi, but it was just a common word I'm in wish in Japanese too, so there were too many results to narrow down. Thinking back, the logical assumption was that Mr. Nozomi worked for a company that made those worksheets, and was a salesman that had been visiting the hospital. That doesn't feel like the first assumption I would have made. But fair enough. Sometime recently, I had finally managed to sell the hospital using the sheets, and today I had been asked to fill one of them out. No way, that was impossible. I had never heard of a salesman or somebody on the outside being allowed to sit in on a patient's sessions. Just who was that guy? Crap, now I had another nagging memory to deal with. At least I had figured out where the déjà vu was coming from. I decided that next week I would ask the doctor about my memories. Until then, I would forget about school and just stay in my room. I couldn't go to school if there was someone there trying to hurt me. I don't want to break my schedule, but it wouldn't do me any good if I was dead. Yeah, it wouldn't. I gave up on my search for Nozomi and went to @channel to see if there were any interesting threads. The news board was filled with nothing but New Generation Madness threads. Even the ESO board had a recreated Nugent murders and ESO thread going. I was getting sick of it. Why would you want to recreate that? When I logged into ESO, Graham was there. Oh! @chan's newsboards have been boring as hell lately. This is the first time that we get like a view like this instead of like seeing the monitor. This is so weird. It's all Nugent crap. Well, it's the biggest story right now. Every time there's a new case, it's a big festival. Everybody goes crazy. They haven't caught the killer yet? Well, you know, the cops are morons, lol. Some idiots have even decided it's actually a cute Moa girl. That demon girl. Visions of the dark eyes of the girl I had seen during the crucifixion killing came back to me and I shivered. Why would you say that demon girl? Why would you out yourself that you know? I don't want to remember it at all, but the slightest little thing and the memories came flooding back. I've seen the killer's face. I knew who she was. Should I have told the cops? But I didn't want to get involved. Demon Girl? Is that the latest variation? That's going a little too far. Anyway, Nugent is just fascinating stuff. I joined a Nugent community on Furapara. What is Furapara? You're getting too into it. The only ones in our guild who aren't into it are you and Big Sis Geiji. God, seriously? If that was true, then I wouldn't be able to keep up with the discussion in our chat channel. Nugent's just really messed up stuff. It's crazy to read about. I knew you were into Guro stuff. But don't tell me you're the kind of guy who wants to see art in his murders. That crucified corpse was such a mess. I had thought it was some kind of art piece for a minute. If you wanted to call it artwork, I guess you could. Nah, it'd be better if they had some perverted sexual element to them, right? It's like the ultimate kind of S&M. This guy's a goner. Somebody needs to do something about him. Once you lose your virginity, you'll understand. Will I? Will I? So you're telling me you're not a virgin? You traitor. Oh, I didn't want to look at them. They scared me. Anyway, there's all kinds of stuff on the aggregator side. It could look sometime. I wanted to run away from the fact that I had been at the murder scene. That's why I'd cut myself off from all information about Eugen. That was how I had hoped I could convince myself that it was all just a delusion, but... Ah yes, losing your virginity turns you into a guru enjoyer who's into insanely hardcore stuff. Well, yeah, you realize that, like, vanilla sex is really boring, and then you... seek out something more interesting. In ESO, I was practically a god. It wasn't enough to be strong, I had to know everything. Especially since I was a kind of a leader in the guild. I was supposed to be the leader, but I couldn't even keep up with whatever everyone was talking about. It would just be embarrassing. I had to avoid that. I went to the address that Grim gave me. The top banner read Eugen Aggregator in big letters. Aggregator sites were a kind of wiki where any number of people could add information to articles about a certain topic. Wait, can I... Tips list. I want to read some. Exam results. Your delusion levels within normal parameters. Your real life is relatively stable, with time for both hanging out with friends and watching TV or playing video games by yourself. Humans as a species need a certain amount of delusions. They're what makes life worth living. You are a person who is capable of enjoying delusions as well as using them to make your real life a better place. Balancing your time between delusions and reality is very important. Devoting too much time to your delusions might turn you into a creepy weirdo. IS's comment. Sing, that's what you should do. The act of singing takes place in the real world. The emotions you put into a song take place in the world of your delusions. You can have both of them, delusions and reality, and you can share them with many other people. US comment. There's nothing creepy about enjoying anime, but make sure it's not the only thing you ever talk about. Logical stab. Vanilla sucks? Kuro. I don't know when we got that tip, by the way. Some of that information wasn't trustworthy in the slightest, and sometimes there were trolls, but if you wanted an easy way to get a handle on the basic facts of something, it was good. There were always tons of links, for one thing. I decided to start with an article called The Case So Far. My pulse started to quicken. Just reading the site was enough to make me nervous. I could feel the sweat forming on my hands. The first case, the one they called Group Dive, was when a group of 5 boys and girls from a high school had all jumped off a building. It happened on September 7th, about a month ago. It was in the middle of the night at a place called Shibuya Cornelius Tower. The 5 had jumped off the building's helipad and died instantly on impact. The autopsy showed that each of them had DNA belonging to someone else under their nails, and there were scratch marks found too. It was theorized from this that the 5 of them must have jumped off while holding hands. There was no sign of any kind of suicide note left on the roof. Below the summary was some information added by some internet detective. These types were often referred to as snakes, who had actually gone to Cornelius Tower. According to him, the roof was off limits to visitors, and the door to it was kept locked at all times. Of course, it was locked at the time of the jump. None of the deceased had a key on their bodies when they had been found. This meant that the helipad was, in a way, a locked room, like you saw in Murder Mysteries. There was nothing to suggest how the 5 of them had gotten up there. It was entirely likely that someone else had been there as well. The second case, the pregnant man, happened on September 19th, around 12 days after the first. Early in the morning, near Shibuya Station underpass, a college student was walking home from karaoke when they had found a blood-stained man collapsed on the ground. The collapsed man was a university student who lived in Shibuya Ward named Chizuo Kono at age 21. He was dead when he was found, but he had an unnatural bulge in his stomach. The autopsy showed that someone had opened up his chest, shoved the newborn baby into his stomach, and then sewn him back up. In addition, DNA analysis has shown that there was no relation between the baby and the man. He was, according to reports, unmarried and had no girlfriend. The rest of it was internal speculation, but the baby appeared to be in the 32nd week of pregnancy, which would mean it was probably removed from the mother by C-section. Who the mother was, though, or where she was or what she was doing, or even if she was alive or dead, none of that was known. It was possible that the cops knew, but if they did, they weren't talking. I looked away from the monitor, feeling like I was about to throw up. This was disgusting. The killer was insane, I knew that for sure. And it was also possible that girl had been behind those horrible murders. Well, Japan's screwed! I took a moment to gaze at my beautiful Seiratown. Looking at her helped calm me down. I thought about taking the sedatives the doctor had given me, but for now, Seiratown was good enough. Still though, I had to do it to keep up Neidhart's reputation as a leader, but reading these hurt.
そんなに辛いならさ、読まなくていいって。タッキーがド M ってんなら別に止めないけど、辛そうなタッキーは見てられないさ。
I can't censor them both at once.
もうやめよう。楽しいことだけしてようよ。
I can't move my head too much, wait.
いつもみたく、私にハーハーしてもいいからさ。
Use me to jerk off like you usually do, if you want. Oh my god. Seiratown was such a nice girl. She was my only true ally, my wife. By the way, isn't it, like, weird that I can share a someone getting crucified, but I can't share a nipple? I put my elbow on the table and rested my head in my hand, taking deep breaths as I stared at Seiratown's smile. I felt so much better. Maybe I could read a little more if I took breaks to glance over at Seiratown. I decided to give it a try. Why had these two seemingly separate incidents both been given the label New Generation Madness? The group dive was treated as just a suicide at first. But after the pregnant man case, the net started taking another look at the group dive and found out how many strange elements there were to the case. Speculation began that it was actually a murder, not a suicide. Supposedly, the parents of the dead kids and their friends all said there was no way they could have killed themselves. Since both the cases were in Shibuya, a traditional center for young people, the news started calling it the madness created by the new generation of youth, and then simply the New Generation Madness. The name stuck. And then there was the third case, the crucified murder they were calling it. That was the one I had seen. The aggregator side didn't have much information on the case because it was so new. The murdered man was Hisa Ota, a 56-year-old college professor. He had been nailed with stakes to the concrete wall of an empty house. Starting at 8 p.m., the estimated time of the crime, neighbors heard what sounded like something hammering a nail. The sound lasted for approximately an hour. I had heard that sound too. I could still hear it. It was an awful sound. For what it was worth, no connection had been found between it and the group dive for the pregnant men. But after 3 bizarre incidents in the same city of Shibuya, everyone naturally treated the crucified murder as the third part of the New Generation Madness. The media and the police were saying that all 3 were committed by different individuals, but the position, or rather hope, of most people online was that it was a single person, or failing that, a single group. There were some bizarre theories involving the occult going around too, and some people were saying Nugent got its start in an earthquake 2 months ago. 2 months ago, there had been an intensity-free earthquake in Shibuya. An intensity-free quake was small enough that you could be walking down the street and not feel it. But despite the small size of the quake, it had made the news because 8 people had died. Looking back, it was true that the Nugent incidents had started after the earthquake. Oh my god, Surgeon, I would have not noticed that if you didn't tell me. That's so funny. That's so funny. Slave card. That's so good. so good. I just took a screenshot and I'm just like sending it to friends because that slave card. So the proponents of the occult theory were saying that the 8 deaths in the earthquake could be counted as the first Nugent case. Sometimes they get into arguments with the more mainstream Nugent theorists. No matter who was behind it, it was bizarre that 3 such incidents could happen without a single clue as to who was behind it. A lot of people online were eagerly awaiting a 4th incident, too. If I wasn't directly involved, I might have been all wakutaku myself, participating in the festival and eagerly waiting for a 4th incident, too. I feel like they could have translated the wakutaka into just like, I would have been all giddy from excitement or something like that. Leaving it like this is kind of awkward. Damn it, they were all having so much fun when I was feeling miserable.
犯人を早く捕まえてくれよ。
It had been over a week since crucified, and there had been nothing from the demon girl or the police. If they knew I was there, at a minimum the police would have come to talk to me, but there was no sign of them. It looked like I was going to be able to stay out of this, to not get involved.
あなたには予知能力がありますか？
Yua's words flashed through my mind. Yeah, I need a drink. Oh.
予知能力があるって思わなきゃ納得できないような画像データをあなたが持っていたから。
Just when I was about to finally relax, I suddenly found myself feeling awful again. The photos that Shogun had sent me, they were still stored on my computer. Everything Yua had said was just a figment of her own delusions. It was crazy. It wasn't even a real theory. I hadn't been able to ask about it at the hospital, but there was no way it could have been someplace else while I was awake, doing something I didn't remember. It was impossible. It had never happened before, for one thing. Those guru photos had to be fake.
だったらさ、 合成だって証拠を見つけちゃえばいいさ。
Seratan. My little erect nipple Seratan.
あの画像解析しちゃおうよ。
No, I have to make my... But they're creepy and I don't really want to look at them. Tell me, does it feel comfy there? Yeah, they're very soft.
あの女を論破しちゃえば、タッキーはもう怯えることなく平穏な生活に戻れるんだよ。
You prove that they're fake to that woman, you'll be able to go back to your normal life and have nothing to be afraid of.
やるしかないっしょ。
Yeah, that's right. Yua seemed convinced that I was the one behind Crucify, but that was impossible. I had seen the person who had actually done it. I couldn't let her blame me for the crime. I gulped and double-clicked to open the folder where my cash was stored. What kind of transition is this? Where am I? Yasuji Ban entered the big conference hall at the Shibuya police station for the first time in 3 days. The conference for what was being called the Maruyamacho crucifixion murder had already begun, and some of the officers were glaring at him for being late. Ban forced a weak smile at them before sitting down. Telling them he had been in the toilet, throwing up, didn't seem like it would suit the current mood for the room. They had assembled a task force to handle the Maruyama crucifixion murder the morning after the incident. Between the Cornelius Tower group suicide and the Shibuya Station area man-baby murder cases, the police force was already stretched thin. That doesn't happen when I open folders on my computer. So even Ban, a nobody lieutenant from Section 1 of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, had been sent in to help out the Shibuya ward cops. Since all three cases had happened in the jurisdiction of the Shibuya police, there was now a highly unusual situation. 3 different special task forces at a single station. Because of this, the team had to take turns scheduling their day in the big conference room. Since the media kept calling it a new generation madness, there was rumor going around that they were going to result in new shortage of officers by bringing all 3 together under a new gen special task force. All of the officers thought it was a stupid idea, but that didn't mean it wouldn't happen.
警部補、君の報告を。
Captain Matsunaga was Ban's boss and the leader of the task force. He glanced sharply at Ban. But Ban didn't notice. He took a deep breath while waving a paper fan at his face.
警部補、バン警部補、聞いているのか？
呼ばれてるっすよ。バンさんの報告待ちなんすから。ちょっと。
That's the dude we saw. That's the dude we saw at the school. Only when Ban's partner, a rookie detective named Suwa, whispered to him did he realize he was being called on.
すんません。報告は諏訪から。
自分っすか？
俺がいなくても報告しとけって言っといたろうが。早くしろ。
After a sharp elbow from his older partner, Suwa sighed and stood up.
犯行現場近くの監視カメラの解析がようやく出たっす。出ました。犯行時間に不審な人物が映ってました。
Murmurs broke out in the room. The air instantly became tense. The detectives from the Shibuya police will begin to scribble down notes, careful not to miss anything he said. They were desperate to solve this case. There had been 2 brutal murders. The group dive was still classified as a suicide, in a span of a single month in their district. They needed to catch the person responsible, and now, even if it meant dropping their usual stoic demeanor.
プロジェクターに映像を出します。
Suwa put up an image up on the projector screen, just like Man had told him to do before they had started. It showed a narrow, dirty back alley in Maruyamacho. It was night and there were few lights, so it was hard to see much of anything at all.
犯行現場から約50メートル離れたところにあるコインパーキングの監視カメラです。
The parking lot was a tiny one, with no more than 2 spaces. It was located on a tiny strip of land crammed between buildings. From here, you couldn't see the crime scene. You could barely see the road in front of it. It showed the road a street away from where the killing took place. There was no audio on it either. The footage had a timestamp in the bottom right. It read 21:34.
犯行現場近隣の住民の証言により、21時過ぎから21時半頃まで釘を打ちつける音がしていたというのはご承知の通りだと思いますが、この映像は21時34分。つまりまさに犯行時間直後ということになります。不審人物が映っているのは21時34分53秒からおよそ6秒間です。
It's gonna be the MC with the cross in hand, right? Yup. Just then, a person appeared on the screen. They were running toward the camera in a clearly disturbed manner. The camera's resolution was low enough that it was hard to immediately tell if the person was male or female, but Ben had already spoken to the science lab and had them analyze it.
科捜研で解析した結果、映っている人物は男。年齢は10代後半から20代とのことっす。人相の判別までは無理でした。服装がかなり特徴的ですが、これは小島にある私立水明学園の男子制服と分かりました。それと右手に注目してもらいたいんですが。
The image changed to a close-up of the person's hand. It was holding something.
スローで再生するとわかるが、走りながら腕を振っている際、この握りしめている何かが駐車場の照明に反射して光を放ってるんだな、これが。
When it was time to reveal the big discovery, Ban took over.
形状からして犯行に使われた十字架型の杭である可能性がある。
More murmurs from the detectives. The killer behind the crucified murder might be a teenager. That was a shock. Maybe the media's new generation madness was more than just a catchy slogan.
最も犯人に近い人物がこの少年だということか。
そういうことになりますね。
Van stroked his unshaven chin. It was a habit of his. Whenever he got a step closer to finding a criminal, he would run his fingers through the stubble and enjoy his victory.
以上です。
Sua sighed and sat down.
ひどいっすよ先輩。美味しいところ持ってって。
Van ignored Sua's complaints and stared at the image of the teenage boy on the projector.
ようやく尻尾を出したんだ。そいつを掴んで離さねえようにしないとな。
I found the image Shogun sent me in my cache folder. It was a JPEG numbered 168491. There was still a big part of me that didn't want to look at it. I mean, it was disgusting. If I looked at it, I was sure to remember the scene as it was in the real world. No, but if I was going to prove you are wrong and prove my innocence and that I was safe, I would need proof. Seiratan was here to help too. I could handle a little gore. I worked up my courage and double-clicked on the file to open. Ugh. I'm so glad that that's low quality. Yeah, it was gory, alright, but compared to what I had seen in the real world, it wasn't that bad. And it was a fake too, right? I could handle it. The first time I had looked at it, I had only taken a quick glance before closing it. I hadn't looked at the whole image from top to bottom. This time I was able to take a closer look even if I had to suppress the urge to vomit. I didn't know how to tell if an image was fake. Did you look at the direction of the shadows, the background, things like that, and see if anything was wrong? It seemed to me that the most likely possibility was that they had taken a photo of the alley first, and then added in the staked corpse later. And then, the day after Shogun sent this to me, they had carried out the murder just like in the photo. Because of the darkness and the low resolution of the photo, I couldn't tell much about the body, only the stakes were clearly visible. The light was focused on the area surrounding the corpse as if that was the only thing they wanted the viewer to see. It felt like whoever had taken the picture had framed it like that deliberately. There was no way the light shining right on the body and nowhere else was a coincidence. Or maybe it was a coincidence. I hadn't gotten a clear look at the scene when I was there for real, so I couldn't say for sure. The demon girl wasn't in the picture. But if you stared at the picture until you thought your eyes would bleed, you would make out what looked like a person in the darkness of the left edge. What? What? Where? This? What? I'm gonna like... You know what we're gonna do? Let's open up Photoshop. Okay. Detective Hitomi is on the case. Yeah, wait, let's just do this. Then we're gonna up the brightness and lower the contrast. This a no. I don't see anything. Oh, this is the head. And that's oh yeah, that's the MC. Yeah, this is his hair. This is his jacket. See, he's actually walking away from the light. Oh my god. Yeah, it was very hard to see. Maybe if I also... Yeah, if I like doubled this, it's way easier to sort of see that... that's supposed to be him. So low quality, right? Well, it's supposed to be low quality camera, right? I love how bright this became when I had to enhance this. So he is in the photo. That's freaky. I expected it to be the girl. That's freaky. Also, how do you guys feel about the fact that I immediately was just like, no, I'm pulling up Photoshop. We're gonna check if there's something actually there, because I couldn't see shit. But yeah, that's his arm. That's his second arm. Damn. I almost missed it. Between the low resolution how they were standing in shadows, they were almost impossible to spot. At my first glance, I missed them completely. This was a doctored photo, or it should have been, so maybe the person who took it let themselves get photographed by accident. I forgot to delete it when they added in the corpse. They were wearing a swimming uniform. It must have been that demon girl then. She wore one too. But the person in that photo seemed to have short hair. The demon girl had long hair. So did Yua. I decided to use image processing software to make it easier to see. I booted up the software and dragged the image on top of it. So I just did that and the game is gonna show it to me anyway? Then I gulped before going to the level adjustment slider in the menu. I made a photo brighter and... Okay. Okay. It was not that clear. How... Like... This is exactly like in those movies where it's like, zoom in! And hands! And you just get like, suddenly 10x the quality. They got the police Photoshop. Like... The white line art does not have the texture of these like lines that are everywhere else. What was this? But I'll give it to them. I appreciate that the actual original CG did have him there. Even though it was super hard to see, I appreciate that it actually was there. Is it a 2D figure in front of him? Where? What? The person in the photo was, without question... Why me? This made no sense. I had never even been there until September 29th. This was fake too. It had to be. I couldn't find any evidence of it at all, but it was definitely fake. It had to be. Shogun had sent it to me on the 28th, and the crucified killing had happened on the 29th. If this photo showed what happened on the 29th, it would be a photo of the future.
あなたには予知能力がありますか?
うるさい、そんなはずはないんだ。
I kicked an empty plastic bottle at my feet and shut down the image program. I opened up the properties menu to see when this JPEG file was created, and then I gasped. It had been created on the 28th. But that didn't matter now. There was something written in the comments section of the properties window. That's what my eyes were glued to. I slammed my fingers down on the keyboard before pushing it to the side of the desk and cradling my head in my hands.
セーラ助けて。
I tried to stop myself from crying. What the hell had been going on this whole week? Why was all this happening to me? Wait a second. Say Shogun had gotten a photo of me from somewhere and used it to put me into this Gura photo. That would mean they had either taken the photo of me themselves, well before the murder, or gotten a photo of me from some other place. Given that they would come into the chat room out of nowhere and started talking as soon as Grim left, they were after me from the start. Maybe Shogun knew who I was then. If he did, there was no telling when he or the demon girl would attack the base, and then they would kidnap me. I felt the prickling on the back of my neck. That gaze again. I was being watched. By someone. Don't look at me. I refused to look behind. Time for the I'm not turning around so easily game. I was shaking with terror. I wanted to go check the lock on the door, but if I looked around, I would lose. I stubbornly stared at the monitor instead. To calm myself, I opened up a word processor program and typed the thoughts that came to me.
きっとそうに決まってる。
Demon girl is the murderer, can't see the future. Shogun is working for the demon girl. Yua working for Shogun. As I stared, quivering, at the word demon, I started to wonder if the girl I had seen at the murder scene really was one. Yeah, she wasn't human. That had to be it. Maybe that's how she was able to see the future. Her demon powers would let her create a photo of what was going to happen. That would explain how she could do that terrible crucified murder all by herself, too. And Shogun worked for her. They knew I was going to witness the crime by accident, so they sent me the image in advance. I didn't know why. Maybe it was a threat. If you tell anyone, this is what will happen to you next. Or maybe it was a warning. A death sentence telling me that I would be next. If that was the case.
勝てるわけがない。僕は奴らにいつ殺されてもおかしくないんだ。
Yua Kusunoki was staring at the computer in her room. She had a serious look on her face and she was quickly reading through the information on her screen. Eventually, she let out a small sigh and took her hand off the mouse before looking over at the piece of paper in front of her. It was a printout of the chat log between Shogun and Nightheart, the same as the one she had shown Takumi Nishijo yesterday.
西条くん
She whispered his name. Images of him sitting alone on the bench in Shoto Park came back to her. She shook her head as trying if to drive them away. And then suddenly she gasped and turned around.
今誰かに見られていたような
So, are we the eyes? Is the player the eyes? Her own gaze was locked on the big Garo Froggy plush that lay on her bed. It must have been her imagination, she decided. She stood up, walked over to the bed, and fell onto it face first. Because earlier I just assumed that, like, the MC was crazy, right? But to have that happen when we just start sort of watching over this other character. The sheets smelled like a sunny day. Her mom must have dried them outside this afternoon. As she buried her face in the pleasant sand, she looked around the room. Oh god, like, I'm getting the like tickling inside of my nose. Her room was kept neat and clean, a sign of her slightly obsessive personality. The largest object in the room was a huge bookshelf, packed tight from corner to corner with books. But what made it kind of cute was the bottom was stuffed with complicated technical and computer books, but the top was filled with shoujo manga and anime DVDs. She let out another sigh and looked up at the ceiling.
DID
She whispered the name of the mental health condition she had been researching. Dissociative identity disorder. From wiki pedophilia? What? From where? From where? Dissociative identity disorder, aka multiple personalities, a state where one person has multiple different personalities inside them, with personalities being defined as a continuous state of being aware of oneself and one's surrounding with the ability to think and act. In other words, humans construct a self by being aware of continuous time and consistency of their actions and the information they receive. People with this disorder switch personalities without warning, with psychological, social stress, and environmental factors commonly serving as triggers. A characteristic of the disorder is that sufferers are not aware of the memories created when another personality was in charge. The disorder manifests at an early age but is sometimes not discovered clinically. Once it occurs, it often becomes chronic, and childhood abuse or trauma are often seen in advance of developing the disorder. The term multiple personality disorder is an older term used in the 1980 DSM-3, a diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders produced by the American Psychiatric Association. I hope that it's not as simple as just like the MC having DID and because of that not remembering what like his other personality did. Like I hope this is a red herring. Or otherwise, like if they were to actually go the DID route, like this shouldn't have been shown. So the fact that this is being shown, like I really hope it's a red herring. She had an explanation of it pulled up on a monitor.
辛いんですね。
She gave the stuffed Gero Froggy on her lap a tight squeeze and thought about Takumi.
でも、私、
And then her expression went blank. She gritted her teeth, hard. It hurt to breathe. All I was doing was looking up some stuff on the computer, but I could feel my heart pounding far faster than normal. The sensation that something was watching me just wouldn't go away. I was still restraining the urge to turn around, but I wouldn't be able to do it much longer. I yelled at the something. Was this something the demon girl? No way, right? Was she watching me with some kind of demonic psychic power, like clairvoyance? The prickling on my neck only got more intense. It was turning into a sensation like a faint electric shock. I was starting to sweat hard. My t-shirt was soaked. Finally, I gave in and turned around, but all I saw was my room. Nothing unusual at all. I let out a scream and stood up to make sure the door was locked. When I saw that it was, I felt a little better. I wiped the sweat off my brow with the bottom of my shirt. I went back to my PC and stared at the monitor again. I'd been reading up about how psychics could supposedly see the future. Don't show me the wiki pedophilia again, that's so weird. When I was a kid, I was absolutely sure that powers like that existed. To be honest, I still kind of believed it. Future sight, the ability to see the future before it happens. This is distinct from the ability to predict the future where one lays out what they think will happen based on the information they have at hand. There's no scientific proof that it's possible to see the future. Different people manifest this ability in different ways. Some see the future in the form of flashbacks and others see it in prophetic dreams. Psychics, fortune tellers, and ancient prophets are all said to possess this ability, but con artists often claim to have it as well. That was the reason. I had immediately thought that the image the demon girl and Shogun sent was from the future, and why I had felt I had to look it up. Maybe there were psychics who could see the future everywhere, and I just didn't know it. I had done something kind of similar when I was a kid with a bus accident. So, I couldn't be sure it wasn't possible, right? But the more I looked into it, though, the more it all seemed like a bunch of bullshit. Either occult stuff or magic tricks. There wasn't any scientific proof that they existed, but there was no proof that they didn't exist either.
一つぐらいあってもいいだろう。
I got even more annoyed and slammed my fingers down on the keys. The fact that everything was so vague made me feel scared and uneasy. Was I supposed to just keep waiting, spending every day in fear of a demon who might not ever come? My mind couldn't handle that. Of course, what I wanted was proof that it was impossible to see the future. But either way, I wanted a solid answer. My last hope was Achan's occult board. That's your last hope? If that's your last hope, we're doomed. That place was filled with useless trash, lies, and fakes, but sometimes there was amazing info just lying there. I opened the page for Achan, trying to stay calm. I went to the occult board and ran a search for Future Sight. And then... Future Sight and Prophecies, Phantasm General New Gen. Half-assed prophecies about Japan's future. Number of guys who want Fez the Psychic Princess to step on them. Talking about Fez's prophecies. Phantasm haters fret 11. What do you guys think about Phantasm songs? Phantasm are murderers who fake prophecies. If you really had a prophetic dream or post here, going to hear Fez's prophecies offline part 3. Number of guys who want Fez the Psychic Princess to step on them. There were a surprising number of hits, about 30 actually. Was it a popular topic on Achan these days? I gulped and looked at the threads one by one.
Phantasm. FES.
Most of the threads contained the terms phantasm or fess. I also saw the term Nugent a lot, and there was something about prophetic lyrics and murders too. I searched and found out that Phantasm was a 4-person goth punk bang. 4-person goth punk band based in Shibuya. They were popular in the indie music scene, and their female vocalist used the stage name Fess. I decided to see what that band had to do with seeing the future. The top thread was titled Prophecy Future Sight, Phantasm General New Gen 43. I decided to read it. Moshitsuka guys, what you need to do is get your ass to Sunday's concert, experience every moment of Fess's Black Mass, otherwise you'll get crucified yourself, lol. I read the lyrics and I gotta say they didn't do it for me. They're so vague you can't even call them a prophecy. Please don't crucify me, okay? Thanks, lol. Future Sight? Lol, you guys are making shit up. She's a vocalist, not freaking Nostradamus, just enjoy the music. I like Fess's lyrics. They're so Nugent. You guys are talking about Fess and ignoring Ryo the composer. Poor guy. Festan, your lyrics taught me the meaning of life. You Fess believers are weird. Good point. You know what I'd like, though? Is to have a Fess call me a dirty pig in that cult. Need a moment. Good point. You know what I would like, though? Is to have Fess call me a dirty pig in that cold, quiet voice of hers, while she digs her boot heel into my ass and makes me feel so much pain my eyes pop out of my head. I want to get off while she spits in my face and then slits my throat with a knife and tells me I don't deserve to live. Don't pretend like you haven't said similar things. You don't... What kind of brand image do I have that you think I've said this before? Okay, maybe not that hardcore. I assume you commented when it was just the dirty pig. Festan is my wife. There's a special thread for you freaks. Also, Fess is my wife. Don't bump this red shit face. This is what you mean by the New Gen prophecy? Followers guided by the light of the moon, a path of illusions that leads to this place. The shouts soon turn to silence, feeling peace as you fall, 2 hands clasping in the wind. I'm anti-phantasm, by the way. Their fans are so scary, lol. It's like they're all brainwashed or something. Her fans are gonna murder you in your sleep, dumbass, lol. Don't share the lyrics, idiot. Read the room, dumbass chew. The lyrics were... Well, you could interpret them as referring to the group dive, depending on how you looked at it. And the lyrics had been published 2 months ago. In other words, they weren't written after the group dive. Wasn't it just a coincidence? Or was Phantasm working with the demon girl too? I read more of the log and found that all 3 of the Nugent cases had been prophesized by the lyrics. Achan didn't have lyrics for the pregnant men and crucified cases, though. There seemed to be some kind of thing where you weren't supposed to upload them to the internet. If you really wanted to know what they were, you had to go to a concert and buy the album. Is this just like a smart marketing strategy? Hi Melta, welcome to the stream. How's your weekend going? Like the lyrics are actually completely unrelated, but they're just like there's just people from the band talking at Atchen that no, you have to buy a concert ticket and the album. Either way, there were any number of discussions online trying to predict the outcome of the next Nugent murder based on Phantasm's lyrics. Their album, published on an indie label, had been selling extremely well after the Nugent incident started. Some observers in the media had noticed, and the Phantasm now appeared sometimes in articles about the cult hit with the Shibuya youth. Fess was the one who wrote the lyrics. You pronounce it like the first half of Festival, supposedly. Her real name wasn't known. Maybe she was the demon girl. If she was, then that would explain how she was able to predict the murders months in advance. She was the one who had carried them out, after all. I did an image search, but couldn't find a picture of her face. All the photos from her concerts were taken with crappy cell phone cameras. They were too blurry to get a good look at her. I wiped the sweat from my brow with my t-shirt again. Frustration, fear, a desire to believe nothing, a desire to see nothing. All these feelings came together and made it hard to breathe. I was still panting. I needed to see Fess's face. With trembling hands on the keyboard, I went to Phantasm's official site. Oh, that's horrifying. It was a simple design with a black background. The font was a blood-red crimson with a terrifying, ominous feeling to it. The site itself had very little in the way of information, just a simple concert schedule and discography. There were no profiles of the band members and no lyrics.
やっぱり犯人だけあってネットに顔写真が流出しないようにしてるのか。
She was clever. A look at their schedule showed me that they seemed to do concerts every 2 weeks. The next one was...
あさって。
If I went, I would be able to see if Fess was a demon girl. But what good would that do? Was I going to turn her over to the police? Beg her to leave me alone? Could I take a cross and try to exorcise her? Not a chance. I couldn't do any of those things. She was a demon. A creepy otaku like me couldn't beat her. And if I lost, I would die. My corpse would become another disgusting piece of art, and photos of it would be uploaded to a Nugent aggregator site.
そんなのやだ!
No, but if I didn't go, I wouldn't know I was in the image that Shogun had sent me. And maybe if Fess wasn't working with the demon girl, I could ask her for help.
だけどやっぱり無理だ。ライブなんて行けるわけがない。
I'd never been to one in my entire life. Especially in a concert hall that was cramped and dark and loud and filled with people. Just imagining it made me want to vomit. I didn't know what to do. The prickling on my neck was still there. It had gone from a tingling numbness to a burning pain. When I looked behind me, of course, nobody was there.
もうやめてよ。
I closed my eyes and waited for the gaze to go away. I refused to have this sensation following me for the rest of my life. Someday, it might get strong enough to actually kill me.
考えろ、匠。僕にできることを考えろ。
Ever consider that maybe you have neck pain? Okay. Maybe this is a good... Click me. Don't tell me what to do. Maybe this is a good stopping point, you know? We did 5 hours. Pretty good. Pretty good. This, like, I would love to keep on going, but I know I should fucking sleep. But this was fun. Like, genuinely, this game has been so interesting to me. Test if it loads up again properly, he told me. Okay, what if I, like, click to the next one, and then I go load? I think it looks fine. I think it was just the issue that, like, someone looked up that if you never made a normal save, quick saves did not work after you closed the game. I mean, after restarting the game. If it doesn't work, what am I gonna do about it? If I close the game and the save isn't there, I'm not gonna really like spend 30 minutes right now to skip to that point, am I? If that happens, I'm just fucked. I don't even know like what I could do to help in that situation. At least you know now instead of when you next try to stream it. Fair enough. I can try right after I end stream. What the hell is Schedule 1? And why is there like 7 people streaming it right now on my friend list? Overwhelmingly positive. Weird co-op weed game. With overwhelmingly positive reviews. What the hell? Weird. I don't know if the file is there, but gets deleted after closing the game. You can just manually copy the file while the game is running and place it back before starting it. Well, so what happened last time is that it just didn't write into the save file at all. Because when I went to the path for the save file, right? Like, I mean, I guess I could... Because, like, last time, like, well, like, when I was checking, it just showed me that, like, the save file was just not altered at all. But, like, I guess I can... Where was it? Documents, my games... Right, that file was there, but last change was from just before the stream. It was from when I launched the game. Yeah, it was from when I launched the game for the first time. That was the modified date. And right now the modified date is from 4 minutes ago, so I think we're fine. Because it just has like a save data.dat file that has, I assume, all of the save data in one file. Weird stuff. Okay. Let's raid a vtuber. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Depending on how I feel, I might stream again tomorrow, even though it was not on the schedule. But since I didn't stream on Friday, I might stream tomorrow. Just not sure what yet. So we'll see. Thanks everyone, hope you guys have a great weekend, and I'll see you guys again next time. Bye bye.